Hello, dreamers. Fairy Dreamland here, your guide to a wonderful and peaceful world. I know you are ready to let go and drift off into a peaceful, relaxing sleep with the help of this video. But before you do, don't forget to like and subscribe for more captivating stories that will take you to new realms. Oh, and I'd love to know, what time are you listening to this and where are you from? Which story or character would you like me to tell next? Leave a comment and share your peaceful space with me. Story: Princess Mayblossom. The grand palace of the kingdom of Eldoria was filled with an air of anticipation. The king and queen had awaited this moment for months, their hearts brimming with excitement. Queen Amara lay on a grand silk-covered bed, her face pale, yet serene, as the midwives bustled around her. King Cedric stood nearby, his strong hands clasped together, tension visible in his jaw. Finally, the cries of a newborn filled the chamber, piercing through the quiet of the night. "A girl, your majesty." "Ooh," one of the midwives announced with joy. King Cedric exhaled, his lips curving into a relieved smile as he stepped forward. Queen Amara cradled the small bundle, her heart swelling with love as she looked into the bright, curious eyes of her daughter. "She is perfect," Amara whispered, brushing a gentle finger across the baby's soft cheek. "We will name her Mablum." The king, though overjoyed, soon became worried. As much as he loved his daughter, he knew that being a princess meant facing great expectations and dangers. He vowed to protect her at all costs. To celebrate the princess's birth, a grand feast was organized, and all the fairies of the kingdom were invited to bestow their blessings. But among them was one who did not share the same joy as the others. "A blessing?" the dark fairy Carib scoffed as she observed the gathering. "What a waste of time." The grand hall shimmered with golden light as the fairies stepped forward one by one, each offering their gifts to the newborn princess. One fairy, dressed in robes of sunlight yellow, approached the cradle and spoke in a melodic voice. "Mablum, you shall grow to be the most graceful and intelligent princess, admired for both your beauty and wisdom." Another fairy, clad in rosy pink, smiled warmly. "May kindness fill your heart, so that all who know you shall love and respect you." As each fairy bestowed a blessing, the room filled with warmth and happiness. But then, the atmosphere changed. A gust of cold wind swept through the hall as the doors creaked open. Carib entered, her dark cloak trailing behind her. The flames in the chandeliers flickered, casting eerie shadows against the walls. She stepped forward, a smirk curling on her lips. "How touching," she drawled. "But no fairy tale is complete without a little misfortune." A hush fell over the room. The king clenched his fists, his instincts screaming danger. Carib raised her hand, her fingers crackling with dark energy. "Before your 20th birthday, none of these blessings shall hold power. You shall be stripped of wisdom, unable to see the truth of the world, and perhaps, if fate is cruel, you may even—" She paused, her smirk deepening. "Die." Gasps echoed through the hall. The queen clutched her daughter tightly, horror washing over her face. "You witch," the king roared, stepping forward. "How dare you curse my daughter?" Carab simply chuckled. "If good is as strong as you claim, then let's see you overcome this curse." With that, she vanished into a swirl of black mist. Before despair could settle, another fairy, draped in silver, hurried forward. "Fear not, your majesties," she said softly. "Though I cannot undo Carib's spell, I can grant the princess a chance to break it." She touched the baby's forehead gently. "Mablum, if the goodness in your heart shines through, if you learn the lesson that life has prepared for you, then Carib's curse shall be broken forever." A soft glow surrounded the infant, as if sealing the magic in place. But the damage had been done. King Cedric refused to risk his daughter's life. That night, he summoned his advisors and made a drastic decision. "We will build a tower," he declared. "Mablum will remain there, safe from Carab, until her 20th birthday." And so, the princess was locked away, her fate sealed by both magic and fear. Years passed. Mablum grew up within the golden walls of the tower, shielded from the outside world. She was taught everything a princess should know: etiquette, embroidery, music. But she never saw the world beyond her window. She dreamed of forests, oceans, castles beyond the horizon. But all she had were books and stories. The fairies visited her from time to time, ensuring she was well, but no one ever told her why she had to stay. "Why can't I leave?" she asked the maids. They always replied the same way: "Because you are special, princess." But Maybloom wanted more than just special treatment. She wanted freedom. Little did she know that her 20th birthday was approaching, and Carib had been waiting all along. The kingdom of Eldoria had remained peaceful for nearly 20 years. The people had long since stopped worrying about the curse placed on Princess Maybloom. Even the king and queen had begun to believe that their decision to keep her hidden in the tower was the right one. But Carib had never forgotten. She had spent the past 2 decades slowly manipulating time, shaving off a few minutes from each month, a few hours from each year, until finally the timeline had shifted. By the time the king and queen prepared to bring their daughter out of the tower, believing that her 20th birthday was still a week away, it was already too late. The curse had taken hold. The morning of her supposed release, Maybloom awoke with a new sense of excitement. She had overheard the servants whispering about a grand feast being prepared for her, and though they refused to answer her questions, she felt in her heart that something was changing. She ran to the window, taking in the view of the world she had never truly seen. The sun was brighter, the sky seemed endless, and for the first time in her life, she dared to dream of what lay beyond the walls of her golden prison. Then there was a knock on the door. A man dressed in fine royal attire entered, a messenger from the distant kingdom of Minin. Maybloom's eyes widened. A visitor. She had never been allowed to meet anyone from the outside world. The messenger bowed. "Princess Maybloom, I bring a proposal from the Crown Prince of Minin." Her heart raced. A proposal? From a prince? Though she knew nothing about the customs of courtly marriage, she had read enough fairy tales to imagine what this meant. Could this be her chance? Could this be her escape? That evening, a grand banquet was held in Maybloom's honor. She was overwhelmed by the sights, the sounds, the sheer vividness of the world beyond her tower. The palace was filled with nobles, lords, and dignitaries, all gathered to welcome her back into the world. But Maybloom's attention was fixed on one person, the messenger who had brought news of the Minin prince. She listened intently as he described the beauty of his homeland. "Minin is an island kingdom, surrounded by crystal blue waters. where the birds sing melodies unknown to the rest of the world. Mablum's heart ached with longing. I want to see it, she whispered. The messenger hesitated. Princess, your parents would never allow you to leave. Her hands clenched. Then I will go without their permission. His eyes widened. You would risk everything for a world you have never seen? She lifted her chin. Yes. And just like that, a reckless plan was set into motion. That night, Mablum slipped past the palace guards and met the messenger by the gates. Together, they fled toward the harbor, where a waiting ship promised her the adventure she had always longed for. But neither of them knew that Carob was watching, and she was ready to strike. As Mablum and the messenger set sail, something changed inside her. A strange fog settled over the ocean. The once clear waters darkened, and an eerie chill filled the air. Then, Mablum staggered, gripping the wooden railing of the ship as a wave of dizziness overtook her. The messenger rushed to her side. Princess, are you all right? But Mablum could barely hear him. Her vision blurred, her thoughts clouded, and suddenly, everything felt different. The world around her lost its clarity. Ideas that had once been simple became impossible to grasp. She struggled to form words, to complete thoughts, and then she realized the curse had begun. The knowledge she had once possessed, the intelligence gifted to her by the fairies, was fading away. Panic surged through her. No, no, this can't be happening. Her mind, once so sharp, was unraveling, slipping through her fingers like sand. She barely noticed when the ship reached a distant island, or when she and the messenger disembarked. All she knew was confusion, frustration, and an unbearable sense of loss. Carob's voice echoed in the wind, a cruel whisper. Welcome to your new reality, princess. Lost and confused, Mablum wandered the island with the messenger. She no longer trusted her own judgment. Every decision felt impossible. But then, a voice called out to her, a soft, gentle whisper, one she barely recognized. The fairies. Mablum, you can break this curse. She blinked, trying to focus. How? You must find the goodness in your heart. You must learn the lesson that life is trying to teach you. Tears welled in her eyes. I don't understand. But the fairies did not respond. The answer was hers, to discover alone. And as she sat beneath the stars, she finally began to understand. She had abandoned everything, her kingdom, her family, on a selfish whim. She had been so blinded by her desire for freedom, she had never considered the consequences of her actions. For the first time, she saw herself as she truly was, not as a trapped princess, but as someone who had made mistakes. And in that moment, she whispered the words that would change everything. I was wrong. A soft glow surrounded her, and the curse began to break. As the soft glow surrounded Mablum, the world felt lighter, as if the weight of confusion and uncertainty had begun to lift from her mind. The messenger watched in astonishment as her eyes, once clouded with doubt, regained their former sharpness. Princess, he whispered, unsure of what was happening. Mablum took a slow breath, realizing she could think clearly again. Ideas and logic, which had felt so distant just moments ago, flowed back into her mind like a river returning to its natural course. Then, from the shadows of the jungle, Carob emerged. Her dark cloak billowed as she stepped forward, her golden eyes narrowing in displeasure. Impossible, she hissed. The curse was unbreakable. Mablum straightened, her fear replaced with newfound understanding. No curse is unbreakable when it is built on ignorance, she said. Carob's expression darkened. You think you've won, she sneered. You think a simple realization is enough? Mablum met her gaze without hesitation. I have learned what I needed to learn. I ran from responsibility, from my duty, thinking freedom meant escaping the world. But true freedom is not running away. It is making choices and accepting the consequences that come with them. The air around them crackled with energy as Carob clenched her fists. I should have made the curse stronger, the dark fairy muttered. Mablum took a step closer. You don't have power over me anymore. And with those words, the last remnants of the curse shattered. A surge of pure, golden light exploded from Mablum's heart, forcing Carob to stumble back. The fairy let out a shriek before the magic engulfed her completely, her body dissolving into the wind. And just like that, Carob was gone. The messenger fell to his knees, staring in shock. You broke the curse. You defeated her. Mablum, still overwhelmed, turned toward the sky. The stars above shimmered brighter than ever. She had won, but her journey was not over yet. She had a home to return to. Story: The Judgment of Paris. A love that shattered worlds. Long ago, when the gods still meddled in mortal lives, a spark flared on Mount Olympus, a petty squabble that would burn cities to ash. It began with three goddesses: Hera, queen of the immortals; Athena, sharp-eyed goddess of wisdom; and Aphrodite, the radiant mistress of love. They stood in a golden hall, sunlight streaming through marble, their voices rising like a storm. I'm the fairest, Hera declared, her crown glinting, her tone absolute. As queen of the gods, beauty's my birthright. Athena crossed her arms, gray eyes flashing. Beauty's nothing without wisdom, sister. I'm the truest form, mind and grace in one. Aphrodite laughed, soft and cutting, her hair spilling like honey. Oh, please, I'm love itself. Beauty's my power, and it's unmatched. Their bickering echoed, rattling goblets, until Hera raised a hand. Enough. We'll settle this. Fairly. She turned to a shimmering table, where a golden apple gleamed, etched with "To the fairest," a gift from Zeus, tossed into their midst by Eris, goddess of discord, to stir trouble. A contest, Hera said. One judge, one winner. Agreed? Athena nodded. Precise. Aphrodite smirked, confident. Fine by me. They chose Paris, a prince of Troy, young, handsome, exiled as a shepherd after a prophecy warned he'd doom his city. Zeus sent Hermes down, apple in hand, to a hillside where Paris lounged, sheep bleating around him. Paris, Hermes called, wings fluttering. The gods need you. Paris jolted, clutching his staff. Me? Why? Hermes tossed the apple, its shine catching the sun. This is yours to give, to the goddess you deem most beautiful. Big honor, kid. Don't mess it up. The goddesses descended, radiant and towering. Hera stepped first, regal. Give me the apple, Paris. I'll grant you power. Kings will bow to you. Athena followed, cool. Choose me, and wisdom's yours. Smarter than any man alive. Aphrodite lingered last, her smile a lure. Pick me, noble Paris, and I'll give you love, the most beautiful woman in the world. You know who I mean. Paris blinked, the apple heavy in his palm. Helen, of Sparta? Aphrodite nodded, sly. Queen Helen, mine to offer. Worth it, isn't she? He swallowed, heart thudding, the weight of their promises pressing in. Helen's married. Paris said, voice low, glancing at Aphrodite. To Menelaus, king of Sparta. She waved a hand, dismissive. Details. I'll handle it. She's stunning, right? Yours. For this apple. Hera scowled. Trouble's what she offers. Helen's Zeus's daughter. He won't like this. Athena nodded. Think, Paris. My wisdom's safer than her chaos. But Paris's mind spun. Helen. A name whispered in songs. Her beauty a legend even to a shepherd. The prophecy, he murmured, hesitant. My mother dreamed I'd ruin Troy. Aphrodite laughed, light. A dream's just a dream. Troy's safe. Stronger than ever. You're a prince again, Paris. Not some outcast. Take this chance. He looked at the apple, its glow tempting, then at her, golden, certain. All right, he said, slow, handing it over. You win. Aphrodite beamed, clutching it. Smart boy. Helen's yours. I'll see to it. Hera stormed off, muttering, fool. And Athena shook her head, vanishing in a shimmer. Paris stood alone, the hillside quiet, a strange fire kindling in his chest. Back in Troy, King Priam welcomed him, restored, celebrated, no longer the cursed child. My son, Priam said, clasping his shoulders. You're our champion now. Paris nodded, but his thoughts drifted. To Sparta, to a queen he'd never met, promised by a goddess. I'll win her, he whispered to himself, the vow settling deep. Months later, Paris sailed to Sparta, a guest of King Menelaus. Diplomacy, they called it, but Aphrodite's hand steered the ship. He stepped onto the palace steps, tunic crisp, hair dark against the sun, and bowed. King Menelaus, he said, smooth, Paris of Troy, here to honor our friendship. Menelaus, broad and bearded, grinned. Welcome, lad. It's been too long. Tell me of your father. The hall buzzed. Wine poured. Laughter rang. And then she appeared. Helen, queen of Sparta, glided in, her gown silver, her hair a cascade of gold. Paris froze, breath caught. She was more than songs. Radiant, alive, her eyes green and piercing. My wife, Menelaus said proud. Helen, meet our guest. She smiled, soft. I'd guess your name, Prince. Paris, yes? You've visited before? He recovered, bowing. The honor's mine, my queen. Her laugh was a bell. Flattery's easy, truth's harder. What brings you? He grinned, bold. Stories say Troy's prince is handsome and sharp. I hope they're half true. She tilted her head, teasing. Some are. That night, a feast, tables laden, music swelling. Menelaus toasted, to Troy and Sparta, friends forever. Paris raised his cup, eyes on Helen, and when the dance began, he offered his hand. A turn, my queen. She took it, light, and they moved. Slow, close, the room blurring. You're bold, she murmured. I love you, he replied. Raw, unthinking, she faltered, then whispered, I've felt you, far away, in my heart. Come with me, he urged, voice low. To Troy, where you're mine. Her eyes widened. Menelaus, Aphrodite promised you, he cut in. I'll give you love, pure as dawn, soft as rain. She hesitated, then nodded, fierce. Yes, take me. The night was ink dark, stars sharp over Sparta's coast, as Paris and Helen slipped from the palace. Her silver gown trailed behind, a whisper against stone, his hand tight around hers. The feast's echoes faded. Laughter, clinking cups, replaced by the slap of waves against his ship, moored and waiting. Quick, he urged, helping her aboard, the crew silent, loyal to their prince. They stood at the rail as sails unfurled, the shore shrinking. Helen's breath hitched, her eyes on the fading lights. I wasn't honest today, she said, voice trembling. At the feast, I've loved you from afar, Paris. I didn't know you, but you were here. She pressed a hand to her chest. He turned, awed. I felt it too. Destiny, pulling us. Aphrodite knew. She nodded, fierce. We belong together. But her gaze darkened. Menelaus. He'll hunt me. When he finds me, Paris pulled her close, steady. The gods paired us. He'd challenge them to take you back. I won't let him. She leaned into him, soft. You don't know him like I do. He's relentless. He kissed her forehead, firm. So am I. The ship cut through the sea, wind tugging their hair, and Paris murmured, even in darkness, you shine, like a beacon for my soul. She smiled, faint. Tell me of Troy. He painted it. High walls, golden roofs, a city strong and proud. It's yours now, he said. Ours. She clung to him. The night vast, their love a fragile flame against the storm brewing behind. Dawn broke over Sparta, and Menelaus woke to an empty bed. Helen sighed cold, her scent gone. He roared through the palace, servants scattering. Where is she? Two maids trembled forward. We saw her, by the docks, with the Trojan prince. His face hardened, rage coiling. Paris. He stormed to his council, voice thunder. Summon the warlords, now. The hall filled. Generals, nobles, his brother Agamemnon, king of Mycenae, towering and grim. They've taken her, Menelaus spat. Helen's with Paris in Troy. We sail, strike fast, no mercy. Agamemnon nodded, slow. 1,000 ships, Achilles, Odysseus, all our might. She's ours again, or Troy burns. The men cheered, fists pounding, and Menelaus vowed for Sparta, for me. Meanwhile, Paris's ship docked at Troy's gleaming harbor, walls rising like a fortress. Helen stepped ashore, hesitant, Paris's arm around her. King Priam waited, old but regal, his eyes narrowing. Son, he said, what's this? Paris knelt, pulling Helen forward. Father, this is Helen, my love, my queen. The gods gave her to me. Priam's gaze flicked to her. Stunning, yes, but trouble incarnate. She's Menelaus's wife, Zeus's daughter. Sparta won't yield her. Helen stepped up, voice steady. I chose Paris. I love him, with all I am. I'm no prisoner. Priam sighed, torn. As a king, I'd send her back. War's too steep. But as a father, he paused, softening. Troy welcomes you, Helen, now and always. A messenger was sent to Menelaus. Love won't bow. Helen's ours. Priam turned to Paris. Grim, you've staked our fate on this. Pray the gods hold. Paris nodded, defiant, Helen's hand in his, their bond a spark, now threatening a blaze. Sparta's fleet darkened the horizon, ships stretching endless, 1,000 hulls bristling with spears. Menelaus stood at the prow, wind whipping his cloak, Agamemnon beside him. No quarter, he growled. Helen, or ruin. A herald rode ahead, voice booming to Troy's walls. Release her, or we strike. Inside, Paris watched from a tower, Helen at his side, her face pale. He's here, she whispered. I told you. He won't stop. Paris gripped her shoulders, fierce. Neither will I. You're worth this. Everything. She touched his cheek, sad. I never wanted war. Not for us. Not for Troy. King Priam joined them, weary. They demand you, Helen. Sparta and Mycenae, too strong to ignore. Paris cut in, hot. She stays. Aphrodite swore it. We defy them together. Priam shook his head. Your mother's dream. Fire. Ruin. It's unfolding. Helen's eyes welled. I'd pay 10 times this price for one moment with him. Paris turned to her, voice breaking. I'd rewrite the stars for one more day with you. Promise me, whatever comes, you'll live, find joy again. She shook her head, tears falling. I can't. You will, he insisted, pulling her close. Troy may fall, but you won't. She choked. I promise. And they held each other, the sea roaring below, war's shadow closing in. The sun rose blood red over Troy, casting long shadows as Sparta's fleet disgorged its warriors onto the shore. 1,000 ships emptied, men in bronze, shields gleaming, Achilles at the fore, his spear a promise of death. Menelaus stood beside Agamemnon, eyes fixed on the city's high walls. No surrender, he growled. She's mine, or they all die. Horns blared, and the siege began. Paris donned armor in the palace, the clank of metal stark against Helen's silence. She watched, hands twisting her gown as he buckled his sword. Stay safe, she whispered, voice tight. He turned, cupping her face. For you. I'll come back. She nodded, lips trembling, and he kissed her, fierce, fleeting. Before striding out to join Troy's defenders, the first clash shook the earth. Arrows rained, swords flashed, screams tearing the morning. Paris fought on the walls, his bow singing, felling Spartans with every shot. Below, Achilles carved through ranks, a storm of rage, while Hector, Paris's brother, rallied the Trojans, his voice a roar. For our home, the day bled into night, then day again, weeks, months, a relentless grind. Troy held, its walls unyielding, but the cost mounted, bodies piled, blood soaked the sand. Helen stood at a tower window, watching, her beauty a curse now. This is my fault, she murmured, tears streaking her face as smoke rose from the plains. Priam joined her, old eyes weary. It's love's price, not yours alone? She shook her head. I chose him. And this. He squeezed her shoulder, silent. The war's din a cruel backdrop. Paris returned at dusk, battered, his arm gashed. She rushed to him, cleaning the wound, her touch gentle. You're hurt, she said, voice breaking. He smiled, faint, worth it, for you. She clung to him, whispering, I'd trade it all to stop this. And he held her tighter, the world shrinking to their embrace amid the chaos. 10 years ground by, 10 brutal years of siege, hope fading like a worn thread. Troy's walls stood, but its people starved, their spirit fraying. Paris aged in battle, his hands calloused, his eyes haunted, yet he fought on, Helen his anchor. She moved among the wounded, binding cuts, her voice a balm, though guilt gnawed her soul. One dawn, the plains lay eerily still, Sparta's camp empty, ships gone. A massive wooden horse stood alone, towering, its carved eyes blank. Trojans poured out, wary but elated. They've left, a soldier shouted, and cheers erupted. Priam frowned, stroking his beard. A trick? Paris shook his head, hopeful. A gift. To Athena, maybe. Peace at last. Helen stood beside him, uneasy. It feels wrong, she murmured, but the crowd's joy drowned her. They dragged the horse inside, a victory prize, placing it before Athena's temple. That night, Troy feasted. Wine flowed, songs rose, a decade's weight lifting. Paris pulled Helen close, whispering, We made it. And she smiled, fragile, wanting to believe. But as midnight cloaked the city, the horse's belly creaked open. Odysseus and his men slipped out, silent, deadly, unlocking the gates. Sparta's army, hidden offshore, stormed back, a tide of bronze and fire. Flames leapt, screams pierced the dark, and Troy crumbled. Paris woke to chaos, grabbing his sword, Helen's hand. Run! He yelled, but the streets burned. Foes everywhere. The palace fell, walls smashed, guards slain. Paris fought through the inferno, Helen behind him, her gown torn, eyes wide with terror. Stay with me, he panted, cutting down a Spartan, blood slick on his blade. They reached a courtyard, cornered, as Menelaus loomed. Armor dented, face a mask of fury. You, he snarled, advancing. Paris shoved Helen back, raising his sword. She's mine, by the gods. Menelaus lunged, their clash brutal, steel rang, grunts echoed. Helen screamed, No! As Paris faltered, a spear from Achilles piercing his side. He crumpled, gasping, and Menelaus seized her, dragging her away. Paris, she cried, reaching, but he sank, blood pooling, his last look hers. Love, regret, gone. Troy burned to ash. Roofs collapsed, temples toppled, a city silenced. Helen, bound, watched from Menelaus's ship as flames devoured her dream. You're mine again, he said, cold, but her heart stayed with Paris, a prince who'd traded all for her. The war ended, its cost unthinkable. Lives, homes, a love too bright to last. Story, Romeo and Juliet, a love forged in fire. The sun hung low over Verona, a city of cobblestone streets and golden spires. But its beauty hid a festering wound. Two families ruled the shadows here, the Montagues and the Capulets, locked in a feud so old no one remembered how it started, only that it burned hot enough to scorch the earth. They'd clash in the squares, swords flashing, blood staining the stones, while the townsfolk ducked and prayed. Prince Aeschylus had had enough. That morning, he stormed into the market, his crimson cloak snapping in the wind, as Montague and Capulet men traded blows. Enough! He roared, his voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. You're tearing my city apart, disturbing good people who just want peace. One more fight from either house, and I'll lock the troublemakers up for life. Disperse. Now. The crowd scattered, grumbling, but the tension lingered, thick as smoke. Lord Montague watched from a balcony, his face creased with worry. This hatred, he muttered to his nephew Benvolio. It's a curse. What'll become of the young ones? Benvolio shrugged, scanning the streets. You've got a son, right? Romeo? Montague nodded. Aye, and the Capulets have a daughter, Juliet. God help them both. Down below, Benvolio found Romeo slumped against a fountain, scribbling on a scrap of parchment. There you are, Benvolio called, clapping his shoulder. Been looking since dawn. Romeo barely looked up, his dark hair falling over bleary eyes. It's still morning, isn't it? Time drags when your heart's heavy. Benvolio snatched the paper. Love poems, messy and raw. Who's this for? You're in love? Rosalind. Romeo sighed, his voice a groan. But she doesn't love me. She's set on someone else. Can't blame her, though. You can't force a heart. Benvolio laughed, tossing the poems back. Her loss, cousin. If she can't see what you've got, forget her. Romeo stared at the water, glum. Teach me how. Across town, Friar Lawrence knelt in his chapel, hands clasped tight. Lord, he whispered, bring peace to Verona. This Montague Capulet hates swallowed us whole. Help them break free. The door creaked, and Benvolio poked in, Romeo trailing behind, still moping. Morning, Father, Benvolio chirped. Gorgeous day, except for this lovesick fool. Friar Lawrence smiled, rising. Love's a healer, Romeo. Give it time. Meanwhile, the Capulet mansion buzzed with prep. Lord Capulet handed his servant Peter a list, his voice booming. Invitations for tonight's feast. Every name here gets one. Count Paris will be there too. I want him wed to Juliet. It'll boost our name. Peter nodded, scurrying off. But fate had a twist ready. He ran into Benvolio and Romeo on the street, squinting at the list. Hey, you two. Can you read? Romeo, distracted, took it. Sure, Lucio, Giotto, Rosaline. He froze. Rosalind's going? Peter grinned. It's the Capulet ball. Come if you're not Montagues. Masks on. Everyone's welcome. Benvolio's eyes lit up. We're going. You'll see her. Forget her. Move on. Romeo frowned. I'm a Montague. They'd kill me. Benvolio smirked. Masks. Remember? We'll slip in. Have fun. Get out. No fights. Deal? The feast was a riot of color. Silks swirling, lanterns glowing, music thumping through the Capulet halls. Ladies and gentlemen of Verona, Lord Capulet bellowed, welcome to our revels. Let's dance. Benvolio dragged Romeo in, masked and tense. Find a girl, dance, he urged, heading for the wine. Romeo drifted, lost, until he saw her, Juliet, in a gown of silver, her laugh cutting through the noise like a bell. You, he breathed, stepping close. The fairest in Verona. Dance with me? She tilted her head, eyes teasing. I'm leaving soon. Maybe to marry. You? He grinned, bold. Looking for real love? She laughed. Does that exist? For believers, he said, offering his hand. She took it, and they spun. Light, electric, the world fading away. I'm a pilgrim, he murmured, their faces close, and you're my holy light. One kiss could wash my sins clean. She smirked. Big talk. Now I've got your sins too. Their lips met. Soft, quick, then again, deeper. A nurse bustled up. Juliet, your mother's calling. Romeo froze as she slipped away. Juliet, Capulet. He paled, whispering, I'm in love with the enemy. Romeo stumbled out, Benvolio yanking him. Tybalt saw you move. Inside, Juliet grabbed her nurse. Who was he? The nurse frowned. Romeo, Montague. Juliet's heart sank. My only love born from my only hate. Too late now. It's gone with him. She climbed to her balcony, staring at the stars. Romeo, she whispered. What's a name? A rose smells sweet no matter what you call it. If you'd just love me, I'd ditch Capulet. I'd be anyone for you. A rustle below. She gasped as Romeo climbed up, grinning. You're here. Why? My kin'll kill you. He laughed, reckless. After hearing you love me, life or death's nothing. I'd rather die here than live without you. She blushed, urgent. Go. They'll see. He shook his head, moonlight on his face. Night hides me. I swear by the moon. No, she cut in. It changes. Swear by yourself. Say you love me. I love you, Juliet, he said, fierce. More than love itself. She beamed, leaning close. I believe you. Family feuds be damned. This piece, it's you. Voices echoed, her nurse calling, and she rushed. If you mean it, propose. I'll meet you tomorrow, 9 a.m., Friar Lawrence's cell. Go. Good night, my Romeo. He vaulted down, whispering, Good night, my heart. Next dawn, he burst into the friar's cell. Marry us, me and Juliet, today. Friar Lawrence blinked, stunned. Capulet's girl? This is madness. You know the risks. Romeo's eyes blazed. Love's worth it. If you won't, I'll find a way. She's mine. The friar sighed, relenting. Fine. Maybe this'll end the hate. Heaven help you. That afternoon, in secret, Romeo and Juliet knelt before the friar, hands clasped. I do, they vowed, rings slipping on, a kiss sealing it. Husband and wife, bound by love, shadowed by fate. The sun blazed high over Verona that fateful afternoon, the air thick with summer heat and unspoken vows. Romeo wandered the streets, a secret husband now, his heart humming Juliet's name. Benvolio caught up, clapping his back. You're glowing, cousin. What's up? Romeo grinned, sly, just happy. But happiness in Verona never lasted long. Mercutio, their wild friend, swaggered up, twirling a dagger. Look sharp. Trouble's coming. Sure enough, Tybalt Capulet strutted into view, his cape flaring, eyes locked on Romeo. You, he snarled, sword glinting. Thought you could sneak into our house and dance away? Face me. Romeo raised his hands, calm. I'm not here for you, Tybalt. I've got no fight. Mercutio laughed, sharp and reckless. What's this? The Montague's gone soft. All you Capulets breed is hot air. Step aside. Tybalt's lip curled. Stay out of it, fool. Or draw. Romeo stepped between them, urgent. Stop. Prince'll jail you both. Think. But Tybalt sneered. Scared, huh? And Mercutio, pride stung, lunged. Let's dance then. Steel clashed. Fast. Brutal. Mercutio's flare against Tybalt's fury. Romeo shoved in, grabbing Mercutio's arm. Enough. A split second. Tybalt's blade slipped past, sinking into Mercutio's chest. He staggered, blood blooming red, and collapsed with a bitter laugh. A scratch. But it's enough. Curse both your houses. Romeo knelt, cradling him, voice breaking. No, stay with me. Mercutio's eyes dimmed. Gone. See you, friend. Tybalt smirked, turning away. But Romeo's grief ignited. Hot, blinding. You don't walk from this. He snatched Mercutio's sword, charging. Their duel was a storm. Slashes, shouts, dust swirling, until Romeo's blade found Tybalt's heart. He fell, dead, and silence crashed down. Benvolio yanked Romeo back. What have you done? They'll hang you. Run. Romeo stared at the blood, numb. I'm dead already. Prince Aeschylus arrived, grim as Benvolio spilled the tale. Tybalt's taunt, Mercutio's death, Romeo's rage. He's banished, Aeschylus declared, voice iron. Leave Verona now, or die if you're seen again. The crowd parted, and Romeo fled, a ghost in his own city. Romeo stumbled into Friar Lawrence's cell, face streaked with dirt and tears. I've ruined everything, he choked. Mercutio's gone. Juliet's cousin's dead by my hand. She'll hate me. The friar gripped his shoulders. She won't. She's yours now. Tomorrow, head to Mantua. I'll find you a place. Send word to Juliet. You'll survive this. Romeo nodded, hollow. I need her first. One last time. At the Capulet house. Juliet wept, torn raw, grieving Tybalt, dreading Romeo's fate. Her nurse burst in, eyes red. He's alive, girl, but banished for killing Tybalt. Juliet's sob caught. Alive? Oh, thank God. Then why this pain? The nurse hugged her. He's your love, but he's gone. Juliet wiped her face. Fierce. Not yet. That night, Romeo scaled her balcony, desperate. She flung the window open, pulling him in. You're here. Oh, you're safe. They clung tight, kisses salty with tears. Sky's still dark, he murmured. I'll stay. She shook her head, frantic. No, dawn's coming. Go. Live. For me. Footsteps echoed, her nurse's voice, and Juliet shoved him toward the edge. We'll meet again, right? He smiled, faint. I'd die without it. Every day, a letter, till we're free. He dropped down, vanishing into the night, and she whispered, Don't let me lose you. Morning brought worse. Lord Capulet stormed in, Paris at his side. Good news, Juliet. You're marrying Paris Thursday. He loves you. It'll heal this mess. Paris beamed, smug. I've waited for this. Juliet recoiled. No, I can't. Capulet's face darkened. You'll do it, or you're no daughter of mine. Dead to me. Choose. She begged her mother, Help me. But Lady Capulet turned away, cold. It's best. Alone, Juliet sank to her knees. I've got a husband. Romeo's my world. I'll find him, or die trying. Juliet bolted to the friar's cell, her gown tangled, eyes wild. Father, I'm trapped. Paris tomorrow. But Romeo's mine. Without him, I'm nothing. Help me, or I'll end it. Friar Lawrence paled, pacing. You're both my heart. I can't watch you suffer. There's a way, but it's dangerous. He pulled a vial from his robes, its liquid glinting green. This, rare flower extract. Drink it tomorrow night. It'll stop your pulse for a day. They'll think you're dead. Bury you in the Capulet tomb. I'll get word to Romeo. He'll come for you when you wake. Juliet gripped the vial, steady. And if he doesn't make it? The friar's voice dropped. You'll wake among the dead. But if death's your only path to him? She nodded, fierce. I'm ready. He scribbled a letter. I'll send this to Mantua today. It's a long ride, but it'll reach him tomorrow. Send your nurse away, drink, and trust me. God be with you. Back home, she faced her father, voice soft. I'm sorry. I'll marry Paris. I'll confess today. Capulet beamed, hugging her. That's my girl. I'm proud. But as night fell, Juliet locked her door, the vial trembling in her hand. For you, Romeo, she whispered, and drank. Cold swept her veins. Her breath stopped, and she fell, still as stone. Morning broke with screams. Juliet! Lady Capulet wailed, finding her lifeless, pulse gone. My child. Why? The house plunged into mourning, Paris weeping. The wedding turned funeral fast. Friar Lawrence handed his letter to Friar John, a wiry man with a fast horse. Ride hard to Mantua, he urged, pressing the parchment into his hands. Romeo's life, Juliet's too, depends on this reaching him before tomorrow night. Tell him she's not dead, just sleeping, and to meet her in the Capulet tomb when she wakes. John nodded, solemn. I'll make it, Father. No stops. He spurred off, dust kicking up, but fate had other plans. Halfway there, a storm hit, rain lashing, roads turning to mud. John's horse slipped, throwing him into a ditch, and a fever caught him fast. Picked up from a sick village he'd passed, he stumbled into a roadside chapel, shivering, the letter soggy, but clutched tight. Too late to move on. Forgive me, he rasped, collapsing as time ticked away. In Mantua, Romeo paced a cramped inn, scratching letters to Juliet, promises, dreams, scraps of hope. Benvolio burst in, face ashen, breath ragged from the ride. Romeo, news from Verona. Romeo grinned, eager. Juliet, how's she holding up? Still beautiful, right? Benvolio's silence hit like a punch. Speak, man. What's wrong? Benvolio swallowed hard. She's gone. Dead. I saw her body myself. Romeo froze, the world tilting. No. Lies. I'd feel it if she were gone. My heart's still beating. Benvolio gripped his arm, voice breaking. It's true. She's in the Capulet tomb. Heaven's jealous. They took her. Romeo sank to his knees, a howl ripping from his chest. Betrayed, my soul's ripped out. I'm going back. One last time. Benvolio lunged. You're banished. They'll kill you. Romeo shook him off, eyes wild. I'm already dead without her. He stormed to a shady apothecary, slamming coins on the counter. Poison. Strongest you've got. Quick. The man hesitated, then slid a vial over. Its liquid black as night. This'll do it fast. No pain. Romeo clutched it, muttering, To you, Juliet. Our reunion. He rode hard for Verona, a shadow against the dusk. Back at the friar's cell, Friar John staggered in, soaked and pale. I failed. Sick on the road. Couldn't reach him. Lawrence's face drained. Oh no. Romeo doesn't know. He'll think she's gone for real. I've got to get there. Now. Romeo hit Verona under a moonless sky, the Capulet tomb looming like a silent beast. Paris stood guard, mourning in his wedding suit, flowers in hand. Montague, he spat, spotting Romeo. Dare you come here? Romeo's voice was hollow. I'm not here for you. I'm here to die. Leave me. Paris drew his sword, furious. Defiling her rest? I'll stop you. They clashed. Brief, brutal. Paris lunging. Romeo parrying with a dead man's strength. A thrust caught Paris under the ribs. He gasped, crumpling. Rest easy, Romeo muttered, dragging him aside, then prying the tomb's door open. Dust and shadows greeted him, and there she was, Juliet, pale and still on her slab, breathtaking even in death. My love, he whispered, kneeling, tears streaking his face. You're still perfect. Death can't steal that. One last embrace. He pulled her close, her body limp, and kissed her cold lips. Next time we meet, no more parting. Ever. He uncorked the poison, its stench sharp, fastest on earth. To you, my heaven. He drank, a shudder racking him, and slumped beside her, hand in hers, eyes fluttering shut. Paradise. Moments later, Juliet stirred. Her breath hitched, eyes blinking open. The drug faded, and she sat up, dazed, then saw him. Romeo? She shook him, panic rising. No. What have you done? The empty vial rolled from his fingers, and she wailed, clutching him. No drops left for me? Your lips. Maybe there's enough. She kissed him, desperate, tasting bitterness. But it wasn't enough. Not strong enough. Her eyes fell on his dagger, glinting at his side. Then this, she whispered, resolute. Wait for me, love. I'm coming. She drove it deep, a gasp escaping, and fell across him, their blood mingling on the stone. A final embrace, sealed in silence. Friar Lawrence burst in too late, lantern swinging, and froze at the sight. Paris dead outside, Romeo and Juliet entwined within. Oh, God, what have I wrought? He cried, sinking to his knees as footsteps echoed. Guards, drawn by the fight. Dawn crept over Verona, gray and heavy, as guards hauled the bodies out. Lord Montague arrived first, his cry raw. Then Lord Capulet, staggering at Juliet's still form. Lady Capulet, collapsing beside her. My son, my girl. Their wails clashed. Grief a shared language at last. Prince Aeschylus strode in, face grim. Friar Lawrence trembling behind him. What happened? Aeschylus demanded. The friar spilled it all. The secret wedding, the potion, the lost letter, the fatal spiral. I meant to save them, to end this feud. I failed. Benvolio, tear-streaked, added, Tybalt started it. Mercutio fell. Romeo snapped. It snowballed from there. Capulet stared at Montague, voice breaking. Your boy took my nephew. Mine took yours. Now this. Montague nodded, hollow. Enough blood. Our kids paid the price. They clasped hands, shaky but real, over the bodies. Peace, Capulet rasped. Too late, but peace. Aeschylus turned to the crowd. Nobles, townsfolk, all silent. See this? Two pure hearts, burned out by your hate. No sadder tale exists, no love more doomed than Romeo and a Juliet's. The city mourned, stars dimmed, moon hid, hush settling deep. Their story lived on, a scar and a lesson, etched in Verona's stones forever. Story, Beauty and the Beast, the forgotten tale. The kingdom of Verdel had once been a prosperous land, where riches flowed like rivers and merchants thrived under the blessing of fortune. Among them was Alain, a once wealthy merchant whose name had been spoken with admiration in every marketplace. But fortune was fickle. One by one, his ships vanished, claimed by the merciless sea. His warehouses, once filled with the rarest silks and finest jewels, stood empty, their treasures lost to betrayal and misfortune. Debts piled high, and soon Alain found himself a ruined man. Forced to leave the grand city, he took his children, 3 daughters and 3 sons, to the countryside, where they lived in quiet obscurity. His eldest daughters, Genevieve and Marcel, had known wealth and luxury all their lives. They cursed their misfortune, lamenting the loss of their grand dresses and servants. They detested the simple, peasant-like existence they were forced to endure. But his youngest daughter, Beauty, did not complain. She embraced their new life, tending to the house, caring for her father, and finding joy in the smallest things: the morning dew on the grass, the chirping of birds, the scent of fresh apples from the orchard. She was kind, selfless, and wise beyond her years. But fate was not finished with Alain yet. One cold morning, a letter arrived. A miracle. One of his lost ships had returned to port, carrying enough wealth to restore his fortune. Hope rekindled in his heart, Alain set out for the city, promising his children that soon they would have all they had lost. What shall I bring back for you? He asked. The eldest daughters demanded fine gowns, golden trinkets, and silken shawls. The sons wished for weapons and rare artifacts, but Beauty, ever humble, only smiled. A single rose, father. Nothing more. He left with hope in his heart, unaware that this simple request would seal his fate. Alain arrived in the city with high hopes, but fate was cruel. By the time he reached the docks, his fortune had already been claimed by creditors. The ship's cargo had been divided, leaving nothing for him to reclaim. Penniless once more, Alain turned toward home, his heart heavier than ever before. As night fell, a storm descended upon the land, rain lashing against his weary frame. The road blurred into darkness, the winds howling like phantoms. Then, through the tempest, he saw it. A castle, grand and imposing, standing alone in the wilds, its torches burning brightly, as if waiting for him. The iron gates creaked open at his approach. Inside, the castle was silent but welcoming. A fire burned in the great hall, and a feast, a grand, lavish meal, awaited him. He ate, though his mind reeled with unease. Who was his mysterious host? Where were the servants? But exhaustion overtook his thoughts, and when he found a bedroom prepared just for him, he collapsed into sleep. Morning came with clear skies. As Alain prepared to leave, His eyes fell upon a rose bush in the courtyard, its petals red as blood against the snow. Remembering Beauty's request, he reached out and plucked one single bloom. Then, a roar. The ground trembled as a shadow loomed over him. A figure emerged from the darkness, a beast, taller than any man, covered in thick fur, its claws gleaming in the morning light. You repay my hospitality with theft, it growled, its voice like thunder. For that, you must pay with your life. Alain fell to his knees, his voice trembling. I did not mean harm. The rose was for my daughter. She asked for nothing else. The beast stilled. Then, after a long pause, it spoke. If she values this flower so much, let her take your place. A bargain was struck. Alain would return home, but only if he sent one of his daughters in his stead. If none came, he would return to die. The beast allowed him to leave, but not empty-handed. With a gesture, a golden chest appeared, filled with jewels and riches beyond imagination. Alain, shaken and haunted by what had transpired, took the wealth and set off toward home. But his heart remained heavy, for he knew what must be done. When Alain returned home, his children gathered to hear his tale. Genevieve and Marcel wailed with terror, insisting that their father must run, hide, flee. But Beauty said nothing. She simply placed a gentle hand on her father's arm. I will go. Alain's breath caught. No, Beauty, I cannot ask this of you. She smiled softly. You are not asking. I am choosing. Her sisters did not protest. In their hearts, they were relieved. Better her than them. With only a few belongings, Beauty prepared herself for the journey. That night, as she gazed upon the moonlit fields outside their small home, she whispered to herself, I do not know what awaits me, but I will not be afraid. The next morning, with tears in her father's eyes, Beauty rode toward her fate, to the castle, to the beast, to the beginning of a story that would change her forever. The journey to the castle was long and silent. Beauty sat in the carriage provided by the beast, her hands folded neatly in her lap. The world outside blurred past, rolling hills, dense forests, streams reflecting the golden hues of the sun. But her thoughts were far away. Would she ever see her family again? Would the beast truly keep her safe? Or had she just sealed her fate? The carriage stopped before the grand iron gates of the castle. The moment her feet touched the cobblestone path, the gates creaked open on their own, as if welcoming her. A chill ran down her spine. She stepped forward, taking in the castle's immense beauty. Black stone walls reaching toward the heavens, arching windows glowing with candlelight. As she passed through the main doors, a sudden gust of wind shut them behind her. She was alone, or so she thought. Welcome, Beauty. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the halls. She turned, and there he was, the beast. He stood at the top of the grand staircase, his form monstrous, yet regal. His fur was a dark shade of mahogany, his eyes piercing gold, his horns curved and menacing. But despite his terrifying appearance, there was something in his gaze, something that was not cruel, not wicked. She swallowed, forcing herself to remain calm. I have come as promised, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. The beast descended the stairs, his claws clicking against the polished floor. He stopped a few feet from her, towering over her like a shadow of the night. For a moment, he studied her. Then, to her surprise, he bowed his head slightly. You are brave, he murmured. Few would come here willingly. Beauty's heart pounded. Was that admiration in his voice? Before she could answer, he gestured toward the hall. Come, you must be tired. She hesitated, then nodded. Whatever awaited her here, she knew one thing. This was only the beginning. As Beauty followed the beast through the castle, she expected darkness. Instead, she found wonder. The halls were grand and glittering, lit by chandeliers that burned with a light that never flickered. Rooms opened before her as if by magic, revealing things she had never dared dream of. A library filled with books older than time itself. A dining hall where golden platters held food that never went cold. A music room where instruments played themselves, filling the air with soft melodies. But despite the castle's wonders, there was one rule. Every night, as the clock struck 9, the beast would join her for dinner, and every night, before she left the table, he would ask her the same question. Beauty, will you marry me? And every night she would say, no. But something was changing. With each passing day, she began to see beyond the beast's terrifying form. She saw his gentleness, his patience, his silent sadness. And though she did not yet love him, she found herself no longer afraid. But something else was beginning to stir, something she could not yet understand. Then the dreams began. Beauty found herself wandering through endless gardens, where a man stood waiting, not the beast, but a prince, his eyes sorrowful, his voice a whisper in the wind. Why do you refuse me? He would ask. Why do you turn away? Beauty would wake, breathless, confused by the longing in her chest. Then, one evening, she found something unusual, a golden book lying open on the library table, with words written in a delicate, glowing script. Do not let appearances deceive you. Her fingers trembled as she traced the letters. Had she been blind all this time? Had she misunderstood everything? Her heart pounded with a realization she was not yet ready to face. Then, as if sensing her thoughts, the beast spoke. Do you miss your family? She looked up, startled. Yes. Then go to them. Her breath caught. You would let me leave? The beast nodded. Take this. He handed her a golden ring. When you're ready to return, place it on your nightstand. You will wake here in the castle. Beauty's hands tightened around the ring. I will come back, she promised. And she meant it. But fate had other plans. Beauty returned home under the cover of golden light, as if the very world rejoiced at her return. Her father, upon seeing her, wept with joy, embracing her with trembling arms. My child, I thought I had lost you forever. She held him tightly, her heart aching at how frail he had become in her absence. Her brothers welcomed her warmly, but her sister's smiles were not of joy. Genevieve and Marcel had expected her to return broken, miserable, and wretched. Instead, she was radiant, draped in fine silks, her eyes filled with an odd, quiet confidence. She was no longer the sister they had pitied. She was something more, and they hated her for it. That night, as the family feasted, the sisters whispered among themselves. She promised the beast she would return in a week, Marcel murmured. And what happens if she does not? Genevieve asked, a slow, wicked smile forming. Neither of them cared to know the answer. They only knew one thing. They would do whatever it took to keep her here. For the next few days, They showered her with false affection, weaving words of sorrow and longing, begging her to stay just a little longer. We have missed you so much, dear sister. Will you truly leave us so soon? Beauty hesitated. Her heart was torn. She had given the beast her word, but her father looked so weak, and her sisters seemed so genuine in their grief. Surely, another few days wouldn't hurt. On the 10th night, Beauty awoke with a gasp. A dream had shaken her to her core. She saw the beast, lying on the cold stone floor of the castle, his great body still, his golden eyes dimmed, his breath shallow. In her dream, he whispered her name, a plea, a final call, before darkness consumed him. She bolted upright, heart racing. It had felt so real. Then, a terrible thought struck her. She had promised to return in 1 week, but it had been 10 days. She had broken her word. Terror seized her chest. Grabbing the golden ring, she pressed it to her lips, then placed it on her nightstand, and the world vanished into darkness. She awoke in the castle, but something was wrong. The air was heavy, suffocating. The once vibrant halls stood cold and empty, their warmth gone. Beast? Her voice echoed through the silent corridors, but no one answered. Frantic, she ran through the halls, past the grand library, past the music room, past the dining hall, where they had once laughed together. Finally, she reached the rose garden, and there he was. The beast lay motionless, his massive body sprawled beneath the dying roses. His breathing was shallow, his fur pale, his once magnificent eyes closed. She fell to her knees beside him, her hands trembling as she touched his face. No, no, wake up. A single golden eye cracked open. A weak, pained whisper. You came back. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Yes, yes, I came back. Please don't leave me. His breaths were growing weaker. She gripped his hand, sobbing. I was blind, she whispered. I didn't see the truth, but now I do. She took a deep breath, heart pounding in her chest. Beast, will you marry me? And with those words, the world exploded in light. A golden glow erupted from the beast's body, lifting him from the ground. Beauty staggered back, shielding her eyes as the light consumed him. Then, silence. When she opened her eyes, the beast was gone. In his place stood a man, tall, strong, his eyes the same piercing gold she had known, but his face no longer that of a monster. A prince. Her breath caught. You. A small, rueful smile touched his lips. Yes, Beauty. It was me all along. She stared at him, her mind spinning. Why didn't you tell me? Because it had to be your choice, he said gently. The curse could only be broken if you loved me for who I was, not for who I could become. Tears filled her eyes. I did. A warm laugh rumbled in his chest. I know. And as he reached for her hand, she let him. The castle blazed with life once more, as if celebrating the end of its long curse. And in the distance, the fairies smiled, for Beauty had not only broken the spell, but had proved that love sees beyond what the eyes can perceive. Beauty and the prince were married in a grand ceremony, with nobles and fairies alike in attendance. Her father was there, beaming with pride. Her sisters, however, were not so lucky. As punishment for their jealousy and cruelty, the fairies turned them into stone statues, cursed to stand at the palace gates until they learned true kindness. As Beauty stood beside her husband, looking out over her new kingdom, she smiled. This was not the life she had expected. It was something far greater, and so they ruled, not just with love, but with wisdom, compassion, and strength. And they lived happily ever after. Story: Cubic and Sea, a love beyond the stars. Once upon a time, in a kingdom where the rivers sang and the mountains stood like silent kings, there lived a princess named Sea. She wasn't just pretty, she was a wildfire of beauty, with hair like spun midnight, eyes that caught the sun like emeralds, and a smile that could melt a winter storm. Her family, the royal house of Arendor, adored her, but her looks, they were a double-edged sword, sharp enough to cut through peace itself. King Theron paced the throne room one crisp morning, his crown glinting under the chandeliers. "Where's my girl?" he barked, his voice a rumble. Queen Lysara, perched on her velvet throne, waved a hand. "Out there, dear, strolling with another suitor." The line's endless. Their eldest daughter, Lyra, smirked from the window, peering at the courtyard below. "Good. Maybe she'll pick one soon. I found my prince ages ago. Why can't she?" Theron scratched his beard, frowning. "She's too beautiful, that's why. Men see her and freeze, think they can't hold on to something that perfect." Lysara laughed, soft but sharp. "They say even Venus, goddess of love, is jealous. Can you imagine? A goddess pouting over our sea?" Lyra rolled her eyes. "Ridiculous. She's just a girl." But Sea wasn't just anything. She walked the gardens below, her silk gown brushing roses, a nervous suitor stammering at her side. He was the fifth that week, tall, handsome, rich, and still she barely noticed. Her beauty drew them like moths, but her heart stayed quiet, untouched. She'd smile, nod, send them off, and wonder why none of them felt right. The kingdom buzzed with her name, nobles flocking from every corner to gawk. And that buzz reached higher than anyone knew, straight to Olympus. Up on Olympus, Venus lounged on a cloud, her golden hair spilling like liquid sun, her lips pursed tight. She'd heard the whispers, mortals daring to call some princess prettier than her, the goddess of love and beauty. "Jealous?" she snapped at a nymph fanning her. "Me? Of a human? Nonsense." The nymph shrank back, nodding fast. "Of course not, my lady." Venus stood, peering into a shimmering pool that reflected sea, laughing with a suitor, her grace effortless. "She's not that pretty," Venus muttered, but her fists clenched. "Still, too many eyes on her. That's my spotlight." She snapped her fingers, summoning her son, Cupid, god of love, master of arrows that sparked joy or misery. "Wake up, you lazy boy," she called. "I've got a job for you." Cupid stumbled in, wings fluttering, his golden curls a mess. "Mom? What's up?" Venus pointed at the pool. "That girl, Sigh. She's stealing my thunder. Take your arrows, find the ugliest, nastiest creature you can, and make her fall for it. I want her sobbing, not shining." Cupid blinked, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Sure. Gross monster, heartbreak. Got it." He grabbed his bow and zipped off, leaving Venus smirking. "Simple," she said. "Done by dinner." But days passed, and no word came. Venus tapped her foot, glaring at the nymphs scurrying around her temple. "Where's my son?" she demanded. One knelt, trembling. "We've looked everywhere, my lady. No sign. Maybe he ran off?" Venus's eyes flashed. "Ran off? He wouldn't dare." "Fine. If he's botched it, I'll handle this myself." She swept her robes around her, a storm brewing in her step. and turned her gaze back to sea. Down in Arendor, Sea slept in her tower, moonlight spilling over her bed. Venus appeared in a shimmer of gold, hovering above, her voice a hiss. Sleep tight, pretty one. No more adoring stares after tonight. She waved a hand, and a dark mist curled from her fingers, sinking into the kingdom. By morning, the change hit hard. Suitors stopped coming, their eyes glazing over when Sea passed. Merchants packed up, shops shuttered, and the city's hum faded to silence. Lyra burst into the throne room, pale. Father, Mother, it's like a ghost town out there. No one's looking at Sai anymore. Theron slammed a fist on his armrest. What's happening? Lysara clutched her pearls, whispering, Venus, it's her. She's cursed us. The royal family rushed to see, finding her by the window, staring at the empty streets. They're gone, she said, voice small. All of them. Desperate, Theron and Lysara rode to the oracle's grove, a tangle of vines and whispering leaves. Is it true? Theron demanded, kneeling before the seer. A woman cloaked in green, her eyes blind but sharp. The leaves don't lie, she rasped. Your daughter's beauty angered Venus. She'll never wed a mortal man. Her fate lies with one waiting on the forgotten peak, a being gods and men fear. Lysara gasped. Who? The oracle's voice dropped. A dragon, Theron roared. No, but Lysara gripped his arm, trembling. What do we do? The oracle pointed north. Send her up the mountain in her wedding dress. He'll come for her. You'll know him. Scales and wings. Impossible to miss. Back at the palace, Sea overheard, her heart sinking. A dragon, she whispered, clutching Lyra. It's not real, it can't be. But Theron's face hardened. If it saves the kingdom, you go. Venus did this because of you. Sea's eyes welled up. Me? I didn't ask for this, Lysara sobbed. Don't go, please. But Theron shook his head. She must. Sea tore free, running, out the gates, through the woods, her feet pounding till they bled, tears streaking her face. Sea collapsed on her rocky slope, the forgotten peak looming above, its crags jagged against the sky. Why me? She sobbed, burying her face in her hands. A breeze stirred, cool and soft, and a voice floated up, gentle, teasing. Why are you crying, huh? She jolted, looking around. Who's there? The wind swirled, and a figure shimmered. Zephyr, god of the west wind, his hair a gust of silver, eyes twinkling. Me, Zephyr. Relax. It's not as bad as you think. Sea wiped her eyes, shaky. Not bad? I'm supposed to marry a dragon. Zephyr chuckled, hovering closer. Trust me, it's not what you're picturing. Come on. My boss is waiting. She frowned. Boss? He grinned, tugging her up. You'll see. No harm here. Promise. He led her higher, the air thickening with magic, and a palace appeared, grand, glowing, but invisible, till you stood inside. Servants, spirits of light, bowed, their voices a chorus. Welcome, princess. All this is yours. Sea blinked, dazed, as they swept her into a gown of white silk, flowers woven in her hair. Don't be scared, one whispered. Order us. We're yours. Night fell, and he came. A voice, deep and warm, filling the room. Hello, Sai, it said. No body to match it. She froze, clutching her dress. Who? Who are you? The voice laughed, soft. Your husband. Don't worry. Just trust me. She didn't see him, but she felt him. Kind, steady, and her fear eased. Okay, she said, small but sure. Days turned to nights, and Sea grew to love that voice, its stories, its laughter, the way it soothed her. She'd beg him to stay till dawn, to show his face, but he'd say, Not yet, love. Believe in me. And she did, fiercely, blindly, her heart blooming in the dark. Weeks melted into months in the invisible palace atop the forgotten peak, and Sea found a strange, sweet peace. The spirits tended her every need, braiding her hair with starlight, serving meals of honeyed fruit and warm bread, singing lullabies that echo through the halls. But it was the voice, her husband's voice, that held her. Every night he'd come, unseen, his words wrapping around her like a blanket. Tell me about your day, he'd say, and she'd spill stories of exploring the gardens or teasing Zephyr, laughing when he'd tease back, You're trouble. You know that? She loved him, deeply, wildly, though she'd never seen his face. Stay till morning, she'd plead, reaching into the dark where she felt him most. Let me see you. His voice would soften, firm but tender. Not yet, see. Trust me. It's all I ask. And she did, curling up with that promise, her heart full, but aching for more. But the quiet gnawed at her. She missed her parents' gruff hugs, Lyra's sharp wit, even the castle's clatter. One night, the longing hit hard, and she clutched the air where he lingered. Please, she whispered, let my sisters visit. I need them. Silence stretched. Then his voice came, heavy. All right. But be careful. They're not like you. She nodded, too eager to hear the warning, and fell asleep, dreaming of home. The next day, Zephyr whisked Lyra and her older sister Mara up the mountain, their jaws dropping at the palace's glow. See, Lyra cried, rushing to hug her. Mara trailing with a tight smile. We thought you were gone. Something awful. Sea laughed, squeezing them back. I'm fine. Better than fine. Look at this place. She twirled, showing off the shimmering halls, the spirits bowing low. Mara's eyes narrowed, flicking to the gold-trimmed walls. Nice setup, she said, cool. You happy here? Sea beamed. So happy. My husband. He's amazing. Kind. Everything. Lyra frowned, crossing her arms. Husband? You don't even know what he looks like. That's weird. Sea shrugged. I don't need to. I feel him. The sisters exchanged a glance. Sharp. Shadowed. Over days they stayed, their awe curdling into envy. She's got all this, Mara muttered to Lyra one night, sipping wine by the fire. Us, stuck with boring princes while she's queen of a fairy tale. Lyra nodded. Slow. Too perfect. Something's off. They cornered Sea the next evening, sprawled on her bed. Aren't you curious? Lyra asked, leaning in. His face. What if he's hiding something awful? Sea hesitated. I trust him. He's good to me. Mara smirked, dangling a lamp. Good? Could be a trick. Maybe he's a monster planning to gobble you up. Peek tonight. Prove us wrong. She pressed a dagger into Sea-Eye's hand. Just in case. Sea-Eye stared at the blade, cold against her palm. If he's as great as you say, Lyra added, you won't need it. But if we're right? The words sank in, heavy, and doubt crept up Sea's spine, like ivy. Okay, she whispered, clutching the lamp and dagger. I'll look. That night, Sea waited, her heart a drumbeat in the dark. The palace slept, spirits hushed, Zephyr's breeze still, and her husband's voice came, softer than ever. You're quiet tonight, he said, a tease in his tone. She forced a smile he couldn't see. Just tired. He hummed a lullaby, and soon his breathing steadied, deep and even. Asleep. She lit the lamp, its flame trembling in her shaky grip, and crept closer, dagger tucked at her side. The light spilled over him, and her breath caught. No dragon, no beast, just a boy, golden curls, spilling over a face too beautiful to be real. Wings folded soft against his back. Cupid, god of love, her husband. Oh, she gasped, tears pricking her eyes. He was perfect, but her hand slipped, awe loosening her hold, and a drop of hot oil splashed from the lamp onto his shoulder. He jolted awake, eyes flying open, blue, bright, hurt. See, he whispered, voice breaking. You didn't trust me. She dropped the lamp, oil sizzling on the floor. No, I do. I just. He stood, wings flaring, pain etched in every line. Love needs faith. You broke it. Before she could grab him, he vanished. A gust of light, gone. C sank to her knees, sobbing into the empty dark. What have I done? The palace dimmed, spirits silent, and Zephyr appeared, grim. He's with his mom, Venus. You messed up big, princess. She wiped her face, resolve hardening. Then I'll fix it. Take me to her. He flew her to Olympus, the sky a blur, and dropped her at Venus's temple. Marble cold, air thick with jasmine. C stormed in, head high, and found the goddess lounging, a smirk on her lips. You, Venus purred, eyeing her. Looking for my boy? Too late. He's done with you. C clenched her fists. I love him. I'll do anything. Please help me. Venus laughed, sharp. Love? You don't know the half of it, mortal. Fine. Prove you're worth him. 3 tasks. Succeed, and I'll talk to him. Fail, and you're nothing. C nodded, tears dry. Anything. Venus's first task was a cruel joke. Sort this, she said, waving at a room piled with grains. Wheat, barley, rice, mixed in a chaos of dust. 4 neat stacks by tonight. Or forget him. C stared, despair clawing her throat. This'll take years, she muttered, but sank to her knees, hands shaking as she started. Hours bled by, her fingers raw, when a rustle came. Ants, hundreds of them, streaming from the cracks. They swarmed the grains, tiny workers sorting fast, and by dusk, 4 piles stood tall. C blinked, exhausted but amazed, as Venus stormed in. Impossible, she snapped, then sneered. Fine. Luck, not skill. Next task. She led C to a riverbank, pointing across. See that forest? Golden fleeced sheep live there. Not tame ones. Get me a tuft from each by nightfall. C waded over, the water icy, and hid in the brush. The sheep glowed, fierce as wolves under the sun, but as it dipped low, they slept. A river nymph whispered, Now, grab from the bushes. And C darted, snagging golden wool, her heart pounding, till she crossed back. Venus appeared, snatching the fleece. You're tougher than you look, she hissed. One more. Go to the underworld. Get Proserpina's beauty in this box. She tossed a silver case, smirking. Don't die. C gripped it, steel in her spine. For him, I'd face anything. C stood at the river's edge, the silver box cold in her hands. Venus's last task ringing in her ears. Get Proserpina's beauty from the underworld. The air turned heavy, the sky gray, and a chill crept up her spine. If this is what it takes, she muttered, stepping toward the dark path Zephyr had whispered about. A crack in the earth, hidden by thorns, leading down to the land of the dead. For him, I'd die. The descent was a nightmare. Steps slick with moss, shadows twisting like hands grabbing at her dress. She clutched the box tighter, her breath shallow, until the ground leveled into a vast, dim cavern. The river Styx glinted black ahead, its ferryman, Karen, waiting, his skeletal hand outstretched. Payment, he rasped. C had nothing but her courage, but a voice piped up, a small, glowing spirit, barely a wisp. Take this, it said, tossing her a coin from the dirt. She nodded. Thanks. Paid, and crossed, the water's whispers clawing at her mind. Proserpina's palace loomed, obsidian and bone, flowers of ash blooming at its gates. Sea knocked, heart hammering, and the queen of the underworld appeared, pale, regal, her eyes soft but sharp. Venus sent you, she said. Not a question. Sea held out the box. Please, her beauty, for my love. Proserpina sighed, a flicker of pity crossing her face, and brushed her hand over the box, a shimmer sinking into it. Done, she said. Go. Careful what you wish for with her. Sea turned to leave, but the spirit darted close again. Don't cross the gates, it hissed. Set it there. Trick her. She'll kill you otherwise. Sea frowned. Why help me? The spirit flickered. I've seen enough pain. Take it. Don't look inside. She obeyed, leaving the box by the Styx's edge. But as she climbed back, curiosity burned. Hot, fierce, just a peek, she whispered, cracking it open. A glow spilled out, blinding, and she crumpled, darkness swallowing her whole. She woke to wings, soft, golden, brushing her face. See, a voice cried, frantic, familiar. Cupid knelt over her, his curls wild, his shoulders still scarred from her oil. You idiot! Why'd you open it? She blinked, weak, his face swimming into focus. I had to know. I'm sorry. He pulled her close, trembling. I never left you. Not really. Our love's too strong to break. She clung to him, tears soaking his tunic, and he kissed her. Fierce, alive, a promise reborn. Cupid flew Sea back to Olympus, her arms around his neck, the wind roaring past. Venus waited in her temple, the box in hand, her smirk faltering as they landed. You, she spat at Cupid. You were supposed to ditch her. He stepped forward, wings flaring. I love her, Mom. Your games don't change that. Sea stood tall beside him, her voice steady despite the ache in her bones. I faced your tasks, sorted your grains, stole your fleece, braved the dead. I'm not nothing. I'm his. Venus's eyes narrowed, gold flashing. But Cupid gripped Sea's hand, defiant. She's worth more than your jealousy. Let her go, or lose me too. The goddess froze, her pride warring with the sight of her son, her golden boy, choosing a mortal. She flung the box down, shattering it, and hissed, Fine, take her. But the curse stays. Your kingdom's dust. Sea shook her head, stepping closer. No, it's not. Love's stronger than your spite. Watch. She turned to Cupid, kissing him soft and sure, and a ripple spread, light bursting from them, racing down to Arendor. The curse cracked, streets humming again, shops reopening, people blinking as if waking from a dream. Venus snarled, but the fight was gone. Get out, she muttered, turning away, and Cupid grinned, scooping Sea up. Time to go home. Arendor bloomed anew, flowers spilling over walls, laughter filling the air, and the palace courtyard swelled with a crowd. King Theron stood at the front, beard bristling, Queen Lysara dabbing tears, Lyra and Mara beside them, their envy softened to awe. Sea walked through, her gown white as dawn, Cupid at her side, golden, radiant, his wings catching the sun. Zephyr floated above, tossing petals, a cheeky grin on his face. The oracle officiated, her blind eyes gleaming. We gather for a union rare and true, she called. Sea and Cupid, mortal and god, bound by trials, forged in love. Any objections? Silence held. Even Venus absent, her pride licked clean. Theron coughed. Gruff. None here. She's earned it. Lysera hugged Sea tight, whispering, We're so proud. And Lyra smirked. Guess you're not just a pretty face. Vows came. Simple, fierce. I trust you, Sea said, her hand in his. Always, Cupid replied, kissing her knuckles. The crowd cheered, drums thumping, and as they kissed, a glow wrapped them, Sea's skin shimmering, her life stretching beyond mortal years. Immortal, Cupid murmured, awed. Like me. They ruled no kingdom, just each other, living between earth and sky, their love a tale sung by poets. Arendor thrived. Venus's shadow faded, and the sea learned love wasn't blind. It saw clear through pain, past doubt, to something eternal. Strange, yes, but never strange enough to fade. Story, Hansel va Gretel, in a forgotten corner of the world, where the wind sang through the trees and the earth smelled of pine and secrets, there stood a small house. It nestled against the edge of a sprawling forest, its wooden walls patched with moss and its roof sagging under the weight of time. Here lived a woodcutter, a man whose hands bore the scars of his trade and whose heart carried the warmth of his two children, Hansel and Gretel. The forest was their neighbor, a wild, untamed thing that offered firewood and berries in good times but loomed like a silent judge in harder days. The woodcutter was not alone. After his first wife, a woman of gentle grace, passed into memory, he had taken a new bride. She was a figure of a stark contrast, tall and gaunt, her eyes like flint, her voice a blade sheathed in silk. Hansel, a sturdy boy with a mop of dark hair and a thoughtful gaze, and Gretel, slight girl with a voice like a spring breeze, welcomed her with open arms. They called her Mother, their young hearts eager to mend the fracture, left by loss. But her heart was a frozen lake, unyielding beneath their kindness. She moved through their home like a shadow, her presence chilling the air. Though the woodcutter, lost in his labor, saw only a wife doing her best. Then the famine struck. It slithered into the village like a plague, stripping the fields bare and silencing the marketplace. The forest tightened its grip, yielding little to the woodcutter's axe. Meals dwindled to scraps, a handful of oats, a crust of bread, and hunger became a constant guest. Hansel and Gretel bore it with quiet courage, but the stepmother's gaze sharpened. To her, they were not children, but burdens, two more mouths in a home stretched thin. One evening, as the fire flickered weakly and the wind rattled the shutters, she seized her moment. Come, children, she said, her voice laced with false warmth as she set a pot of thin gruel on the table. Dinner's ready. The woodcutter, hollow-eyed from a day's toil, pushed his bowl toward them. I've eaten enough, he lied, his voice rough. Take my share. Don't waste a bit. Hansel and Gretel exchanged a glance, then obeyed, their spoons scraping the bowl. Night after night, this ritual played out. A father's love poured into their survival, a stepmother's mind turning darker with each passing day. Weeks bled into months, and the famine deepened its claws. The woodcutter grew frail, his shoulders stooping, his hands shaking as he swung his axe. Yet he smiled at his children, his sacrifice a silent vow. Hansel and Gretel ate his portions, their gratitude unspoken but shining in their eyes. One night, as the moon hung low and the hearth sputtered, he sank into his chair, exhaustion carving lines into his face. Children, he rasped, sliding his bowl forward. I'm too tired. Eat my share tonight. The stepmother watched from the shadows, her patience fraying. She could no longer stomach the sight of her husband wasting away, or the children thriving at his expense. When Hansel and Gretel slept, their breaths soft in the stillness, she turned to him, her voice a low murmur. This can't continue, she said. The famine won't end soon. You need strength to work, or we'll all perish. He rubbed his face, weary. What can we do? She leaned closer, her words deliberate. The children could fend for themselves in the forest. You could travel to the next county, find food. They're clever. They'd survive. Abandon them? His voice cracked, incredulous. You'd have me forsake my own? Temporarily, she cooed, her tone smooth as oil. To teach them resilience. When we're stable, we'll fetch them back. No, he snapped, rising despite his fatigue. We're a family. We stay together. But her words lingered, a poison in the air. The next morning, he trudged off to sell firewood in a distant town, desperate for coin. Alone with the children, the stepmother smiled, a predator's grin. Hansel, Gretel, she called brightly. How about a forest outing? A little adventure? Hansel's eyes sparked. That sounds exciting. Gretel nodded, though unease prickled her skin. Let's go then. As they grabbed their coats, Gretel whispered, Something's wrong, Hansel. We need a plan. He nodded, recalling a tale their true mother once told, of glowing stones that guided lost souls. I've got some, he said, digging out a handful of shimmering pebbles from a hidden nook. Pocketing them, he followed the stepmother into the forest, dropping a stone every few steps, each one a silent promise of return. The forest closed around them, its branches clawing at the sky. The stepmother marched ahead, her pace unrelenting, until they reached a clearing ringed by twisted oaks. Wait here, she said curtly. I'll fetch some berries. Start a fire if it gets late. She vanished into the gloom. Hansel and Gretel sat, the silence heavy. The sun sank, and darkness swallowed the clearing. Gretel shivered. She's not coming back, is she? Hansel built a small fire, its light frail. She has to, he said, doubt creeping in. Hours dragged on, and the truth settled. Abandonment. Gretel's voice trembled. What now? Look, Hansel said, as the moon rose, bathing the forest in silver. The stones he'd dropped glowed like stars, a trail home. Hand in hand, they followed it, emerging to find their father weeping with relief. My children, he cried, crushing them in his arms. The stepmother hovered behind, her face a mask. I wanted them safe, she lied later, her voice quavering. Just a short lesson. The woodcutter, too joyful, ignored her, but the famine pressed harder, and soon she struck again. Take this bread. She thrust a stale loaf at Hansel. We're going back, now. No time for stones, Gretel hissed as they hurried after her. Hansel clutched the bread, determination firm. I'll use this instead. The stepmother's steps were swift, her intent clear. Hansel crumbled the bread, scattering pieces behind him, a fragile lifeline. They reached a clearing with a stream, and she repeated her ruse. Stay here. I'll be back. She didn't return. Night fell, and the moon revealed no crumbs, only bare earth, picked clean by birds. Gretel clutched Hansel's hand. We're lost. We'll retrace our steps, he said, but the forest twisted around them. 3 days blurred into a haze of hunger and fear. On the fourth, a white bird flitted ahead, leading them to a sight that stole their breath, a house of gingerbread, chocolate, and candy. Is it real? Gretel gasped. Hansel tore off a piece, the taste a revelation. They ate, lost in desperation, until a voice rasped, Who's nibbling my house? An old woman emerged, crooked and sharp-eyed. Poor dears, she cooed. Lost? Come in, eat your fill. Too weak to refuse. They followed, stepping into a trap. Inside, the house brimmed with sweets, cakes, jams, creams. Eat, the woman urged, her grin too wide. Gretel thanked her, but asked, Can you guide us home? Later, she snapped, then chanted, Umbala, kanashimoy. A cage ensnared Hansel. Gretel screamed, but the witch gripped her. Cook for him. Fatten him up. I'll eat him soon. Hansel whispered, Stay calm, Gretel. We'll escape. The witch cackled. Children are delicious, tender with sauce. Days passed. Hansel fed richly, while Gretel plotted. Show me your finger, the witch demanded, her sight dim. Hansel offered a twig, and she growled, Still thin? More time. Gretel seized her chance when the witch barked, Check the oven. Feigning ignorance, I don't know how. She lured the hag close. As the witch bent to inspect, Gretel shoved her in, slamming the door. Umbala, kanashimoy. Free Hansel. The cage dissolved. They found a chest of gold and locked the witch's fate with her own spell, ensuring she'd burn. Laden with treasure, they fled. The stepmother, meanwhile, gorged alone, but guilt soured her meals. I don't care, she muttered, yet trembled. The woodcutter returned, richer from trade, and roared, Where are my children? Hansel and Gretel burst in, their treasure gleaming. We're safe, Hansel said. The stepmother paled, stammering excuses. The woodcutter's rage flared. You abandoned them twice. Leave this house and never return. She fled into the night, her fate uncertain, but her presence erased. He turned to his children, tears falling. I failed you. Forgive me. We're together now, Gretel said. With the gold, they rebuilt. Food aplenty. The village revived. The witch's end was final. The stepmother banished, and the family thrived. Their bond unbreakable, their days bright with peace. Story, Rich Princess and Broke Princess. In the kingdom of Everard, a land of great beauty and light, the night sky was filled with the soft glow of the moon. The kingdom had long been bathed in the warmth of the sun's golden rays, making it a land of wealth and prosperity. It was on this very night that two precious princesses were born under the same moonlight, though their fates were to be entirely different. The kingdom of Everard was divided by a great river that separated the lands of King Edward and his brother King Frederick. King Edward ruled over the rich and fertile land of Frel, where the people lived in great wealth and splendor. The sun always seemed to shine brightly over Frel, making it a place of extravagance, luxury, and fortune. On the other side of the river, the kingdom of Everon, ruled by King Frederick, was less fortunate. The land was modest, and the people had little wealth. But what they did have was kindness, humility, and a deep sense of community. It was a land where the hearts of its people were as rich as the land was poor, and its greatest wealth was in the love they shared. In the heart of these two kingdoms, two princesses were born. Princess Isabel, daughter of King Edward, was raised with the finest luxuries money could buy. Her life was a tapestry woven from the most delicate silks, the richest jewels, and the most exquisite treasures. Isabel, like her father, was the embodiment of opulence, surrounded by those who adored her for her beauty and wealth. In contrast, Princess Arabelle, daughter of King Frederick, was born into a life of simplicity. She had none of the grandeur of Frelle, yet she was loved and cherished by her people for her humility and kindness. Unlike Isabel, Arabelle did not receive gifts of fine jewelry or lavish clothes. Instead, she was nurtured with the teachings of compassion and selflessness. Her world was one where the value of love and human connection far surpassed material wealth. The two princesses grew up on opposite sides of the river, completely unaware of each other's existence. As the years passed, the two kingdoms continued to thrive in their own ways. However, the time had come for both princesses to celebrate their 16th birthdays. The royal families decided to host grand celebrations, one in Frelle and the other in Everon, in honor of their daughters. Isabel's birthday celebration in Frelle was nothing short of spectacular. The palace was adorned with golden chandeliers, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of exotic flowers. The people of Frelle gathered to honor their princess, and lavish gifts were exchanged. Isabel stood at the center of it all, wearing a gown of shimmering gold, her beauty shining as bright as the sun. She was the Princess of Frelle, and all who attended the party marveled at her wealth and radiance. As the night went on, guests enjoyed the finest foods and wines, and the walls of the castle echoed with laughter and joy. Yet, even in the midst of all the opulence, Isabel felt a lingering emptiness inside her. She was surrounded by wealth and beauty, but she could not help but wonder if there was more to life than the riches that filled her days. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Everon, the celebration was entirely different. Arabelle's birthday was quiet and peaceful, held in a modest palace surrounded by fields of wildflowers. The people of Everon, though not wealthy, showered their princess with love and affection. The decorations were simple, yet elegant. Fresh flowers adorned the walls, and soft golden lights illuminated the rooms. Arabelle wore a dress made of simple linen, and though it was not as extravagant as Isabel's, it was the most beautiful thing she had ever worn. Her heart swelled with gratitude for the people of Everon, who had given her so much, despite having so little to give. The guests at the celebration were genuine, their joy stemming from their admiration and respect for the princess rather than her riches. As the night wore on, the two princesses couldn't help but notice how different their worlds were. Isabel's world was filled with luxury, while Arabelle's was filled with love and warmth. As both princesses lay in their respective chambers that night, they found themselves unable to sleep. The moonlight shone softly through their windows, and in its gentle glow, both princesses made a wish. Isabel, feeling the weight of her riches and the emptiness they brought, whispered into the quiet night, "I wish I could feel the warmth of love and kindness rather than the coldness of wealth. Across the river, Arabelle lay on her modest bed, gazing up at the moon as it cast its silver light across the room. She, too, made a wish. I wish I could experience the splendor and excitement of the world Isabel lives in. I want to see what it feels like to be surrounded by wealth and luxury. And as they both made their wishes, the moonlight shimmered brightly, as if acknowledging their desires. Without either of them knowing, the magic of the moon began to weave a spell that would change their lives forever. Chapter 4. A Swap of Fates. The magic of the moon moved silently between the two princesses. In the stillness of the night, the two wishes were woven into reality. The air shimmered faintly in their chambers, unnoticed by Isabel and Arabelle, who were lost in their own thoughts. And when morning arrived, everything was different. Isabel awoke in a strange, unfamiliar room. She blinked against the sunlight streaming through the window and realized, with a sudden jolt of panic, that it wasn't her room. The bed was smaller, the walls less adorned, and the faint scent of wildflowers filled the air. She jumped up, heart racing, and rushed to the mirror. What she saw was not the face of a princess, but Arabelle's face, her features still delicate, but softer and more innocent than her own. Isabel's breath caught in her throat as she tried to make sense of what was happening. Meanwhile, across the river, Arabelle woke up in the most luxurious room she had ever seen. The soft fabric of a silk gown was draped over her, and the heavy curtains kept the room in soft shadows. She ran her fingers over the fine silk sheets, confused by the comfort and opulence around her. When she rose from the bed, she looked in the mirror to find Isabel's face staring back at her. Both princesses gasped, their voices choked with confusion. "What has happened?" Isabel whispered, unable to comprehend how she had ended up in Arabelle's world. "Is this some kind of dream?" Arabelle murmured, touching her new face with trembling hands. The moon had worked its magic. The two princesses had swapped places, their fates now entangled by a force beyond their understanding. Isabel's first day in Everon was filled with discomfort and confusion. The humble people of Everon welcomed her with smiles, but there was no grand reception, no wealth, no jewels. Instead, they gave her something far more precious, their love and respect. Isabel, accustomed to luxury, was stunned. She had never known a world like this, one where wealth was not measured in gold, but in kindness and connection. As she walked through the modest streets of Everon, Isabel realized just how different everything was. The houses were small and made of wood, the streets unpaved, and the food served to her was simple, but made with genuine care. The villagers showed her the beauty in their simplicity, and though it was hard for Isabel to let go of her longing for jewels and finery, she couldn't deny the warmth she felt in their presence. But her discomfort was palpable. She felt out of place in the modest surroundings. Even the simplest tasks, like helping an elderly woman gather firewood, made her realize how little she knew about real life beyond the walls of her castle. Still, as the day went on, she noticed something surprising. People laughed, shared stories, and supported one another. Isabel began to wonder if there was more to life than the constant pursuit of wealth. Arabelle's first day in Frel was equally shocking, though in the opposite way. She woke up in Isabel's grand room, surrounded by fine silk curtains, golden furniture, and ornate mirrors. The servants attended to her, bringing lavish meals and offering her jewels she had never imagined. For a moment, she felt like a queen, but as she walked around the palace, she felt an emptiness. This wasn't the life she wanted. The people of Frel were friendly, but they admired her for her appearance rather than for who she truly was. She was greeted with shallow compliments and empty gestures. Arabelle began to realize that wealth alone could not buy true happiness. She noticed that the nobles of Frel, though surrounded by wealth, seemed disconnected. They were obsessed with appearances and status, caring little for the things that truly mattered, like kindness, empathy, or community. That evening, at a grand feast, she overheard a conversation that made her stomach turn. "It's not enough to be beautiful and rich," one noblewoman said. "You must have power, and without it, you're nothing." Arabelle couldn't stand it. She felt suffocated by the superficiality of the court, and for the first time, she wished she could go back to Everon, to a life where kindness and human connection were the true treasures. As the days passed in their new lives, both Isabel and Arabelle began to realize the truth about their worlds. They had swapped not only their physical selves, but also their perspectives on life. Isabel, in her time at Everon, had learned that wealth did not guarantee happiness. The people there were not rich in gold, but they were rich in love and community. She had been forced to see the value of kindness and had started to understand that being a true princess wasn't about possessions, but about leading with a generous heart. Arabelle, on the other hand, had learned that while luxury was seductive, it could not replace genuine human connection. She saw through the shallow facades of Frale's nobles and recognized that their wealth was hollow without the love and respect of their people. They had both grown, though not in ways they had expected. The weeks passed, and both Isabel and Arabelle began to feel the weight of the decisions they had made. The spell that had swapped their lives had brought them closer to understanding the true meaning of wealth. But now they faced a different challenge: the return. Isabel had become attached to the people of Everon. She had grown to love the simplicity of their lives, the humility that guided their days, and the warmth that filled their homes. She had made genuine friendships, and for the first time in her life, she felt connected to the people around her. Arabelle, too, had become more attuned to her role in Frel. She had learned that while the kingdom was rich in gold, its people were starved for something more, something that went beyond wealth and material goods. She had spoken to the nobles, the merchants, and even the servants, and in doing so, she had come to understand that Frol, for all its grandeur, lacked the spirit of togetherness that Everon had. As the magic began to lose its grip, both princesses felt the urge to return to their rightful places. Isabel had made up her mind first. She would go back to Frel, but she would not return as the same superficial princess she had once been. Arabelle, too, knew she had a responsibility to bring the lessons she had learned to Everon. Both princesses stood by their windows one evening, watching the moon rise in the sky. The soft silver glow bathed the world, and both of them whispered the same wish: "Please let us return, but not as we were before." And so the moonlight shimmered once more, and their bodies shifted back into their original forms. When Isabel returned to Frel, she was no longer the spoiled princess who valued nothing more than wealth and material possessions. She arrived with a new sense of purpose, a mission to use her position for good. The nobles were shocked at the change in her demeanor. She no longer cared for extravagant feasts or jewels that shone brighter than the stars. Instead, Isabel dedicated her time to listening to the people of Frel, both the poor and the rich. She visited the farms and the workshops, speaking with the common folk, learning about their struggles, their joys, and their hopes. For the first time, Isabel realized that a true ruler was one who understood her people, not just one who lived in a palace of gold. Meanwhile, in Everon, Arabelle had become a visionary leader. She was no longer content to simply maintain the status quo. She worked tirelessly to bring trade back to Everon, and with the help of her people, she negotiated with the kingdom of Frel to begin exchanging goods once more. Though her kingdom was small and her resources limited, Arabelle was determined to make Everon thrive without losing the humility and community spirit that had always defined it. Both Isabel and Arabelle had learned the most valuable lesson of all. The true wealth of a kingdom lies in its people. It is not the riches that adorn the walls of a palace, but the love, respect, and compassion of the people who call it home. Time passed, and both Isabel and Arabelle flourished in their respective kingdoms. Isabel had become a wise ruler, using her wealth to create opportunities for the people of Frel. She established schools and hospitals, ensuring that every citizen had access to the basic necessities of life. Though her palace remained grand, it became a symbol of service, not of excess. Arabelle, in contrast, made Averon a place where community and support were at the core of everything. The wealth of Everon may have never been great, but its people were happy. Arabelle's leadership was not about fame or status. It was about building a kingdom where the people were as rich in love as they were in the simple joys of life. In time, the two princesses met again, but this time there was no competition between them. They were no longer two sides of the same coin, but two women who had learned from each other and grown into their roles. Their kingdoms had both prospered, not because of gold or jewels, but because of the love they had both cultivated in the hearts of their people. As they stood together, overlooking their kingdoms, they smiled, knowing that they had learned the most important lesson of all. True wealth lies in the heart, and it is with that wealth that they would lead their kingdoms for years to come. Story: The Kingdom of Crystal. Once upon a time, in a kingdom hugged by mountains and kissed by rivers, there lived a princess named Streamer. She wasn't like the others in the royal court. No frilly gowns or haughty airs. Streamer had a heart as clear as a spring, eyes that sparkled with kindness, and a laugh that could charm the grumpiest stable boy. But beneath her bright smile, she carried a weight, a growing dread that the world wasn't as good as she dreamed. Her father, King Eldrick, ruled with a heavy hand and a heavier sword. War was his language, battles against neighboring lands, skirmishes over borders, blood spilled for pride. Streamer saw it all from her tower window, soldiers limping back, their armor dented, their faces hollow. "Father," she'd plead, tugging his cloak one rainy afternoon. "Those men out there, they're hurt. Why do we keep fighting? They need rest, not more war." He'd pat her head, his beard bristling, and sigh. "War's the way of things, Streamer. They'll toughen up for the next fight. You'll see." She didn't see, not the way he did. She saw mothers weeping at the gates, kids clutching empty bowls, and heard whispers of greed in the halls. Even inside the palace, the cooks bickered, the maids gossiped, and the nobles schemed. Once, she caught a guard kicking a stray dog, and her chest tightened so hard she couldn't breathe. Mother, she said that night, perched on Queen Leora's velvet chaise, why do people hurt each other? I walk the kingdom, and it's everywhere. Fighting, lying, cruelty, even here. Leora smoothed her daughter's hair, her voice soft but tired. It's human nature, darling. Not everyone's like you. Streamer frowned, curling her knees up. Then I don't like humans. They're awful. Her parents brushed it off. Childish rants, they thought. But Streamer's heart hardened. She stopped joining feasts, stopped smiling at courtiers. The army's weak because of them, she'd mutter, watching drills from her window. That's why we lose. Eldrick snapped one day. Don't talk nonsense, girl. But Leora hushed him. She's got a point. She listens to you, Eldrick. Maybe that's why she's so bold. He glared, storming off, and Streamer felt the walls close in tighter. That night, under a sky bruised with clouds, she made her choice. She couldn't take it, arguing, echoing through the halls, the clatter of swords outside, the ugliness seeping into her bones. She grabbed a cloak, smudged soot on her face, and slipped out a servant's door, her heart pounding like a drum. The forest loomed beyond the castle, dark and deep, and she ran, past the guards, past the village, till the trees swallowed her whole. I'm tired, she panted, collapsing against a gnarled oak, the moss cool under her hands. Maybe I'll rest here. The night was quiet, too quiet, and then a voice floated up, soft as a breeze. Hello, it said, from behind her. What are you doing out here so late? Streamer spun, her cloak snagging on a branch, and saw her, a woman in a gown of leaves, eyes glinting like dew in the moonlight. Who are you? Streamer asked, stepping back. The woman smiled, gentle but strange. What do you want to do out here, all alone? Streamer's breath hitched, words tumbling out before she could stop them. I want to be alone, really alone, in a castle by this lake, made of crystal, where everything's perfect. No mean people, no liars, just clear and true. The woman tilted her head. Why's that? Streamer's voice hardened. Because the world's full of terrible people, except me. I want away from them. Light shimmered, and the woman changed. Her gown flared into silver, wings unfurling, a fairy glowing bright. Streamer gasped. What are you? The fairy laughed, soft as bells. I'm the spirit of this forest. Tell me, do you really want to escape humanity? Yes, Streamer said, no doubt in her. The fairy opened her hand, and there it was, a crystal ring sparkling like frozen tears. Wear it, she said, and wish. But listen, if your heart ever chooses people over this dream, your crystal kingdom will shatter into dust. Streamer's eyes widened, but she didn't hesitate. Slipped the ring on, its chill biting her finger, and spoke fast. I wish for a castle of crystal, where everything, people, animals, all of it, is crystal too. The ground rumbled, the lake gleamed, and it rose. A castle sharp and dazzling, walls catching the last rays of sunset. Towers spiked the sky, gates shimmered, and crystal guards stood watch, their arrows glinting, ready to strike anything that moved. Streamer stepped inside, her breath fogging the air, and smiled, wide, real, for the first time in months. It's mine, she whispered. Perfect. Back at the castle, King Eldrick roared, pacing the throne room. She's gone? Find her! Soldiers scoured the land, but the forest hid her well. Seasons turned. Winter painted frost flowers on her crystal walls. Spring splashed daffodil yellow across the lake's reflection, and the kingdom glowed, a jewel no one but streamers saw. She ruled alone, proud, her voice echoing off glass. No one steps in here, she told her guards, their faces blank and shining. Ever, Prince Tetsuya, friends called him Tet, didn't mean to find her. He'd been riding south, leading a scouting party for his own kingdom, when bandits hit. Arrows flew, horses bolted, and Tet ended up alone, his sword dented, his cloak torn. Great, he muttered, trudging through the forest, boots sinking in mud. Lost my men, my horse, and now I'm running from thieves. What's next? Then he saw it, through the trees, a gleam so bright it hurt, a castle of crystal, rising from the lake like a dream, its edges cutting the dawn. Whoa, he breathed, creeping closer. Magic kingdom, huh? Crystal guards stood at the gates, still as statues, and Tet, never one to resist a challenge, spotted an open side door. Jackpot, he grinned, slipping in, imagining treasures to claim. He didn't get far. Hey! A voice snapped, and he turned, hands up, to face her. Streamer, in a gown of woven light, her hair spilling like ink, eyes blazing. Who are you? She demanded. Tet bowed, sloppy but charming. Prince Tetsuya. Tet, if you like. Didn't mean to crash your, castle. It's gorgeous, though. So are you. She bristled, stepping closer. You're here to steal it, aren't you? Take my kingdom. Tet laughed, shaking his head. Steal? I've got my own back home. Why'd I want this? Pretty as it is, over real people. It's an illusion, even if the queen's a knockout. Streamer's jaw dropped. Illusion? How dare you trash my world? She waved a hand. Guards, grab him. Wait, Tet yelped, as crystal arms seized him, cold and unyielding. Let's talk this out. Streamer paused, then smirked. Fine. You'll see how wrong you are. Dinner tonight. Prove me right, or else. Tet, dragged off, muttered, dinner with a ticked-off queen. This'll be fun. The crystal guards hauled Tet through the castle's shimmering corridors, their glassy hands cold as ice on his arms. He didn't fight, just grinned, taking in the sights. Chandeliers dangling like frozen rain. Floors polished to a mirror sheen. Walls catching torchlight in a dance of colors. Nice place. He called over his shoulder to Streamer, who trailed behind, her gown rustling like wind chimes. Bit chilly, though. She didn't answer, just waved the guards off when they reached a grand hall. A long table set with crystal plates, goblets, even the food gleaming like carved gems. Tet plopped into a chair, rubbing his wrists, as Streamer sat across, her chin high. You're here to eat, she said, sharp. Not talk. Prove me wrong about this world, or you're out. Tet leaned back, eyeing the spread. Apples that sparkled, bread that shone, a roast that looked too pretty to cut. Prove you wrong. Easy. This is amazing. Seriously, wow. But it's not real. No mess, no noise, no life. He grabbed an apple, biting in. It crunched, sweet and crisp, but cold. See? Tastes like a dream. I'd take a muddy campfire with my buddies over this any day. Streamer's eyes narrowed, but a flicker of doubt crossed her face. You're wrong, she snapped, slicing into the roast. This is perfect. No fighting, no greed, just beauty. Tet chewed, thoughtful. Beauty's great, but it's lonely. Where's the laughter? The stories? People aren't perfect, sure, but that's what makes them worth it. She stabbed her fork harder, silent, and he shrugged. Your call, Queen Streamer. Starve me if I'm off. Dinner stretched on, the clink of crystal, the only sound. Streamer watched him, his easy grin, the way he savored every bite like it was a gift, and something stirred in her, a warmth she hadn't felt since the kingdom's muddy streets. Fine, she said at last, standing. You think this place is empty? Come see more. Tet wiped his mouth, hopping up. Lead on, your sparkliness. She took him to the lake's edge, where a crystal boat bobbed under the moon, its hull catching silver light. Get in, she said, stepping aboard, her gown pooling like liquid glass. Tet followed, boots thudding, and she pushed off, the boat gliding smooth across the water. This, she said, gesturing to the castle's reflection, a perfect twin in the lake, is my world, not an illusion, a sanctuary. Tet leaned over the side, trailing a hand in the water. Cool, still, too perfect. It's gorgeous, he admitted, voice softer. Never said it wasn't. But it's quiet, too quiet, like it's holding its breath. She stared at him, her ring glinting on her finger, and for a moment she saw it, his world of chaos and warmth, so different from her pristine escape. Maybe, she said, barely a whisper, then shook her head. You'll see. It's better. Back in the hall, Streamer paced, Tet lounging by the table, picking at leftovers. You're stubborn, she said, stopping to glare, calling my kingdom fake. Twice now. What's missing, huh? Tet stood, stretching, his torn cloak swaying. Joy, he said, simple. Dancing, singing, stuff that makes your heart beat. You've got statues, not souls, she scoffed. I can fix that. She clapped, and crystal dancers spun into the room, graceful, flawless, their steps a silent whirl. Tet watched, unimpressed. Pretty, he said, but they're not us. Real people stumble, laugh, feel it. Here, try this. He held out a hand, grinning. Dance with me. Streamer froze, the ring's chill biting deeper. I don't dance, she said, stiff. Tet stepped closer, eyes bright. I'll teach you. If you hate it, I'll apologize. Promise. She hesitated. Her whole life, she'd avoided touch, mess, anything human. But his smile tugged at her, warm and reckless. Fine, she muttered, taking his hand, her pulse jumping. He pulled her in, clumsy at first. Her feet tripped over his boots scuffed the floor, but he hummed a tune, rough and lively, spinning her slow. See? He said, laughing as she stumbled. Not so hard. Streamer's breath caught. She tripped again, but giggled, a sound she hadn't made in years. The rhythm took her, and she spun faster, her gown flaring, his hands steady on hers. This is fun, she admitted, cheeks flushing. Told ya, Tet said, dipping her low, their faces close, real beats perfect every time. She straightened, breathless, and for the first time, the crystal felt cold, too cold, against the heat in her chest. The dancers stopped, the hall quiet, and she looked at him, really looked, and saw something she'd missed. Kindness, not cruelty, in those laughing eyes. Days blurred after that. Tet stayed, by choice, not force, wandering the castle with her, playing games with crystal knights. He always lost, sprawling by the lake to talk. He told her about his kingdom, farmers singing at harvest, kids chasing geese, even the bandits who'd chased him. And she listened, hungry for it. One night, under a sky thick with stars, he carved a wooden flower from a branch, pressing it into her hand. For you, he said, shy. Real stuff lasts. Her heart thumped, loud, wild, and the ring burned cold, a warning she couldn't ignore. Tet, she started, voice shaking. These days, they've been magic. I, I think I love you. He blinked, then grinned, big and bright. Yeah? Me too. Been trying to say it. But her smile faltered, the fairy's words echoing. If your heart chooses people, it all breaks. Tet saw her flinch, his grin fading. What's wrong? He asked, stepping closer. Streamer clutched the wooden flower, its rough edges digging in. I can't, she said, tears welling. If I choose you, if I let this be real, the kingdom goes. It turns to dust. She told him everything. The fairy, the wish, the ring, and he listened, quiet, his hand on her shoulder. I've got to go back, he said at last, voice low. My family's tearing their hair out looking for me. But come with me, Streamer. Let me show you. There's good out there, not just bad. You've only seen one side. She shook her head, stepping back. I can't lose this. It's safe. He sighed, sad, but firm. Safe's not living. I'll wait by the boat. One last chance. He walked off, boots crunching, and Streamer stood alone, the castle's glow suddenly harsh. She ran after him, heart racing, and caught him at the lake. Wait, she cried. I love you, Tet. I do, but we can't be together. Not like this. He turned, hopeful. Then come with me. Trust me. Just one step. She stared. At him, at the ring, at the crystal walls, and felt it. A pull. Stronger than fear. Okay, she whispered, slipping the ring off. The ground shook, a crack splitting the air, and the castle shattered. Towers crumbling, guards dissolving, shards raining like snow. Tet grabbed her, pulling her close as the world broke. And when the dust settled, they stood in a new palace, stone and wood, warm and alive, servants blinking in real flesh, guards laughing in surprise. The fairy appeared, silver and smiling. You chose well, she said. I gave you the wish to learn. Goodness is worth the mess. Streamer nodded, tears streaming. You taught me that, Tet. He squeezed her hand. Team effort. The dust settled slow, shimmering like stars, as it drifted over the lake. Where the crystal castle once stood, a new palace rose. Stone walls warm with moss, wooden beams sturdy and worn, windows glowing with torchlight. Servants, real ones, not glass, blinked in confusion, their laughter bubbling up as they touched their own hands, marveling at flesh. Guards tossed aside crystal spears, grinning at each other, and a breeze swept through, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Streamer stood in the center, Tet's arm around her, the wooden flower still clutched tight. It's gone, she whispered, staring at the palace, her voice a mix of awe and loss. Tet squeezed her shoulder, his grin soft. Nah, it's better. Look, life's messy, but it's real. You did this. She turned to him, eyes wet but bright, and nodded. We did. The fairy hovered above, her silver wings catching the dawn's first light. You learned, she said, voice like a song. The world's got shadows, but you've got to share the good to see it shine. Remember that. Streamer smiled, small but true. I will. Thank you. The fairy winked, then faded into the trees, leaving a ripple of warmth behind. Tet tugged her toward the palace. Come on, he said. Let's check it out. Bet it's got a killer kitchen. She laughed, a real free sound, and followed, her bare feet sinking into grass instead of glass. Inside, the halls buzzed. Maids swept floors, cooks clattered pots. A dog barked from somewhere deep in the kitchens. It wasn't perfect. A chair wobbled. A window creaked. But Streamer loved it. Every flaw, every noise, every beat of life. Days turned to weeks, Tet staying by her side. He taught her to cook, burning half the bread but laughing through it. And she showed him the lake's hidden spots, where fish danced under the surface. They'd sit by the water, talking till stars speckled the sky. His stories of his kingdom weaving with hers of the old one. You're good at this, he said one night, sprawled on the bank, her head on his chest. Ruling, I mean. People listen to you. She traced his hand, shy. Because of you. You showed me they're worth it. He sat up, serious now, and took her hands. Marry me, Streamer. Let's build this. Together. Her heart leapt, the wooden flower's edges biting her palm. Yes, she said, voice steady, and he kissed her. Soft, then fierce, sealing it under the moon. Word spread fast. Runners sent to Tet's kingdom, ravens to Streamer's parents. The palace hummed with prep, banners stitched in gold and green, tables groaning with roast boar and honey cakes. Flowers, real ones, not crystal, spilling from every corner. Streamer stood in her room, a gown of soft blue hugging her frame. No longer glass but silk. She twirled, laughing at her reflection, the ringless hand free and light. Tet knocked, poking his head in, his tunic rumpled but his grin wide. Ready, Queen? She shoved him playfully. Almost, Prince. Don't peek. You'll jinx it. He winked, ducking out, and she took a breath, steadying the nerves, fluttering like birds in her chest. The courtyard overflowed. Villagers from Tet's land, merchants from the forest's edge. And then a horn blared. King Eldrick and Queen Leora rode in, their faces pale with worry, till they saw her, Streamer, alive, glowing, stepping forward with Tet at her side. Leora leapt from her horse, tears streaming, and crushed her daughter in a hug. Streamer, she choked, where'd you go? We've been sick looking for you. Eldrick followed, slower, his armor clanking. Daughter, he rumbled, voice thick, you scared us half to death. Why'd you run? Streamer pulled back, meeting his eyes. I couldn't take it. The fighting, the anger, all the bad I saw. Even here, I ran to escape, built a world without it. But Tet, he showed me there's good too. I'm sorry I left. Leora cupped her face, soft. Oh, sweet girl, we should have seen how it hurt you. I'll do better. I swear it. Eldrick nodded, gruff but real. Me too. War's done enough. Forgive an old fool? Streamer smiled, tears slipping free. Always, Father. I love you both. The wedding kicked off. Music soaring, drums thumping. Tet spinning Streamer in a dance that left them breathless. Villagers cheered. Kids darted underfoot. And Eldrick even cracked a smile, clapping Tet on the back. Good lad, he muttered. Keep her happy. Tet grinned. Plan to, sir. Leora danced with them, her laughter mingling with the crowds, and the palace rang with joy, messy, loud, alive. Streamer and Tet ruled together, the palace a beacon of warmth. They opened the gates. Villagers traded in the courtyard. Kids played by the lake. Soldiers trained, but laughed too. Streamer walked among them, no longer hiding, her heart open to their flaws and their light. Tet stayed her anchor, teasing her when she burned stew, holding her when old doubts crept in. One spring, they stood on the balcony, the lake glinting below, flowers blooming wild. You ever miss it? He asked, arm around her. The crystal? She leaned into him. The wooden flower, now a keepsake, tucked in her pocket. Sometimes, she said. It was safe. But this, us, them, it's worth it. Mess and all. He kissed her forehead, grinning. Told ya. Real beats perfect. She laughed, shoving him, and the kingdom stretched out. Flawed. Beautiful. Theirs. Streamer knew now. Pain didn't have to win. She'd carry the good, share it, and let it grow. Stronger than crystal, brighter than stars. Story: Rosanella and the Fickle Prince. In a realm where shadows danced with light and the air thrummed with ancient magic, the fairy kingdom thrived in secrecy. Their glade was a cathedral of nature, trees with bark like silver, flowers pulsing with ethereal glow, and a sky forever caught in the blush of dusk. On this day, the fairies gathered, their wings casting prisms across the mossy ground, their voices sharp with urgency. The elder fairy stood at the heart of the circle, her presence commanding, despite the frailty creeping into her frame. Her hair shimmered like moonlight, but her eyes betrayed exhaustion. I am moved by your loyalty, she said, her voice a fragile thread. But my reign must end. The laws of our kind demand it. A ripple of dissent stirred the crowd. Who can replace you? Demanded a fairy with wings of jagged emerald, her tone edged with defiance. None of us match your wisdom. The elder fairy raised a trembling hand. If I depart, a successor must prove their worth, not through lineage, but through trial. A challenge unlike any before. Parisdamia, a young fairy with eyes like dawn and wings trembling with nervous energy, stepped forward. A special test, she ventured, her voice cutting through the murmurs. One that tests the soul, not just the wand. The elder fairy's gaze softened, though her peers scoffed. She's right, she said. The truest measure of a fairy is a task completed without magic. Raw will, raw courage. No spells, no shortcuts. The glade erupted. Impossible, cried a grizzled fairy, his voice a growl. No one's done that in 1,000 years. Then it's time, the elder snapped, lifting her wand. It pulsed with a faint, golden hum. This will choose. It glows for the worthy. She moved among them, the wand hovering, testing. When it reached Parisdamia, it blazed like a star, bathing her in light. Gasps echoed. Her? The emerald-winged fairy spat. She's barely shed her fledgling dust. The wand does not lie, the elder said, her tone final. Parisdamia, answer this. What is the hardest thing to change in all the worlds? Parisdamia's heart raced, but she met the elder's gaze. A human's nature, elder, their deepest self, stubborn as stone, fickle as wind. A slow smile curved the elder's lips, spoken like a queen, though you stand untested. Your task, Prince Merriweather, must become brave, just, unwavering. He bears a flaw that threatens ruin. Princess Rosella will be his mirror and his forge. Use your wand only to guide, never to force their change. You have 20 years, or your claim fails. The weight of the charge pressed against Parisdamia's chest, but she bowed. I will not falter. As she turned, whispers of doubt trailed her, yet the wand's light held firm, a beacon in the storm brewing ahead. Parisdamia took flight, her wings cutting through the mists that veiled the mortal world. She descended upon the kingdom of Arendor, where Prince Meriwether reigned over a castle of storm-gray stone. Its towers pierced the clouds, and its courtyards buzzed with the clamor of a restless court. Meriwether was a figure of striking beauty, golden hair curling over a brow often furrowed in boredom, blue eyes flashing with fleeting passion, but his spirit was a whirlwind, chasing whims as if they were prey. One crisp morning, he lounged in the stables, eyeing a sleek Arabian steed. "This bores me," he declared, tossing the reins aside. "It's too slow, too tame." The stablemaster, a man weathered by years of royal caprice, sighed. "Your Highness, we sailed to Arabia for this beast, at your command." Meriwether's laugh was sharp. "Then find me something grander, an elephant, massive and wild, from India. Go." The court obeyed, though their murmurs grew bitter. Weeks later, the elephant arrived, its trumpeting shaking the walls. Meriwether rode it once, then shrugged. "Dull. I want a carriage now, gold-plated, velvet-lined, fit for a god." Paris Damia watched, invisible, her brow creasing. "A soul adrift," she whispered. "No anchor, no depth. Across the mountains, in the sun-drenched realm of Lissara." Princess Rosella carved a different path. Her castle gleamed like ivory, its halls alive with purpose. She stood in the training yard, bow in hand, her auburn hair tied back, her green eyes narrowed in focus. An arrow flew, splitting a target dead center. "Beautifully done," her mother, Queen Lyrian, called, pride warming her voice. "How's your dancing, my heart?" Rosella lowered her bow, sweat beading her brow. "I'm pushing hard, mother. It's not perfect yet." Her tutor, a wiry man with a hawk's gaze, bowed. "She's relentless, Majesty. I've never seen such focus. Archery, riding, trade negotiations. She masters all." King Torin laughed, deep and rich. "That's my daughter, Lysera's sharpest mind and steadiest hand." Paris Damia lingered, struck by the contrast. Meriwether's chaos clashed with Rosella's steel. "He's the storm," she mused. "She's the shore. But how to bind them?" Time pressed against Paris Damia like a blade. With the prince and princess grown, she acted. She appeared before Meriwether's parents, her fairy form aglow with authority. "I bring a proposal," she said, "a union between your son and Princess Rosella of Lissara." King Aldrich's eyes narrowed. "Meriwether? He's a tempest, brilliant one day, listless the next. What husband could he be? He harbors valor and heart." Paris Damia countered. "Rosella can steady him. Grant them a chance." She flew to Lissara, her plea mirrored. "Let them meet," she urged Queen Lyrian. "Their fates will decide." The royals relented. Meriwether arrived in Lissara, his gilded carriage a spectacle. Rosella greeted him in a rose garden, her poise a quiet challenge to his swagger. Their first meeting crackled. His charm met her wit, his laughter her calm. A contest followed. Archery, their arrows marked by feathers, red for her, blue for him. Her shot pierced the target. His veered wide. She deflected his arrow mid-air, her skill a silent rebuke. "Practice," he grinned, unshaken. But her grace lingered in his mind. Days later, beneath an oak, he knelt. "Marry me, Rosella. I'm lost to your strength, your fire." Her eyes softened, then hardened. "I can't. It's not your loss today. It's your soul. You chase fleeting thrills. Horses, swords, carriages. How can I trust a man who bends with every breeze? As king, As husband? The words struck like thunder. Meriwether staggered, her truth a dagger to his pride. Is this love or another fancy? She pressed. Prove it's more. He fled, her rejection a wound that bled doubt. That night, a shadow, Parastamia's craft, slipped through his dreams, leading him to Rosella's tower. As he neared, a cry shattered the silence. She's gone, a guard bellowed. Rosella vanished, spirited to a hidden realm by Parastamia. Panic gripped Lysara and Arendor. Kings and queens clashing in frantic councils. At dawn, Parastamia faced Meriwether in a cavern, its walls jagged and cold. She's safe, the fairy said, her voice a blade. But you've one path to her heart. Name it, he growled, fists clenched. She conjured a flame, small, trembling, alive with purpose. This is your test. Keep it burning 3 years, unbroken. Falter once, and Rosella returns home. You'll lose her, and yourself. His breath caught. The flame flickered, fragile as his resolve. Why this? Because you're a leaf in the wind, Parastamia said. Prove your stone. He nodded, the weight settling. Alone in the cave, he guarded the fire, its glow a mirror to his soul. Days stretched into months, and temptations clawed at him. A knight rode up, offering a stallion. Ride with me, swift as lightning. Rosella's voice echoed. How can I trust a man who bends? Meriwether turned away. I promised. A festival's music drifted in. Laughter, wine, princesses from distant lands. One night, a voice coaxed. A man so unsteady. He stoked the flame, jaw tight. No. A shadow whispered. 3 years for what? She's safe. Walk away. The cave grew cold, his past mocking him. Every abandoned whim, every broken vow. Tears fell, but he fed the fire. I'll be more. The 3rd year dawned, gray and heavy. Parastamia returned, Rosella at her side, the flame still alive. Meriwether stood, haggard, but unbroken, a carved rose in his hands. Flawless, born of endless nights. Rosella's breath caught. It's stunning. I had time, he said, voice raw. Time to carve it, and myself. Parastamia's eyes pierced him. The flame never died, nor your will. Rosella stepped forward, her gaze searching. You're not the man I refused. You've forged something true. Love, he said, not a whim. For you. The fairy's voice softened. The trial ends. A soul remade. They returned to Lysara, where kings and queens awaited. Meriwether knelt again. The rose, his offering. Marry me. Not the prince I was, but the man I am. Yes, Rosella whispered, her hand in his. Their wedding united the realms, a tapestry of celebration, banners of red and blue, feasts that banished hunger's memory. Meriwether ruled with focus, Rosella with wisdom, their love a fortress against chaos. Parastamia ascended as elder, her victory bittersweet but complete. The kingdoms thrived, their tale a legend of fire and redemption. Story, the prince and the enchanted gift. The grand halls of the kingdom of Velmoria were filled with anxious whispers. Servants rushed back and forth, their faces pale with anticipation. The queen, Amara, was in labor, and the entire palace held its breath, waiting for news of the royal heir. King Edric, a strong and imposing figure with piercing blue eyes, paced in front of the chamber door. His fists clenched at his sides, his mind torn between worry and hope. This child, his firstborn, would be the future ruler of Velmoria. The midwives murmured hurried instructions as the queen's cries echoed through the stone walls. Hours passed, and just when the king thought he could not bear the suspense any longer, a nursemaid stepped out, her face a mixture of exhaustion and relief. "A boy, Your Majesty," she announced. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then the king exhaled in triumph. "A prince! My son!" He rushed inside to see Queen Amara, lying weak but smiling, cradling a small bundle wrapped in the finest silk. But as Edric approached and pulled the fabric aside, his expression froze. The child's face was not what he had expected. His features were unusual, his head crowned with a small tuft of hair that stood upright, a stark contrast to the smooth, regal looks of his ancestors. His nose was slightly upturned, his eyes wide and thoughtful rather than commanding. The king's joy wavered. "He does not look like a warrior," he muttered. The room grew quiet. The tension was thick, but before anyone could speak, a soft voice echoed through the chamber. An elderly woman, draped in shimmering robes of silver and gold, stepped forward. The Oracle of Velmoria, a mystical seer known for her wisdom, had been present at every royal birth for centuries. She looked at the child with eyes that held the weight of many lifetimes. "Do not be troubled, Your Majesty," she said, her voice as smooth as flowing water. "Your son is destined for greatness, not through strength of arms, but through the brilliance of his mind." She reached out and gently touched the child's small forehead. "With this blessing, I grant him the gift of wisdom beyond measure. He shall possess a mind that sees beyond the ordinary, a heart that understands beyond words." The air in the room shimmered for a brief moment, as if the very fabric of fate had shifted. The queen, despite her exhaustion, smiled warmly. "He is perfect," she whispered. The king remained silent. He had wished for a warrior, a future king who would lead armies and claim victories. Instead, he had been given a son whose greatest weapon was intelligence. Still, there was no undoing fate. He sighed and knelt beside his wife, brushing his hand over the child's small head. "Then we shall name him Rowan," he declared. "Rowan the Wise." Meanwhile, in the neighboring kingdom of Alaris, another birth was taking place. Queen Selene screamed in pain as thunder rolled across the skies outside. In her arms, she soon held a newborn girl, Evelyn, a child whose beauty was unparalleled. Her golden curls shimmered like the morning sun, and her eyes sparkled like the clearest sapphire waters. The court gasped at her sheer radiance, murmuring praises of her perfection. Then, from the shadows, another figure stepped forward, a woman cloaked in midnight blue, carrying an air of mystery. She was the enchantress of the north, known to bestow blessings and curses. With an unreadable smile, she leaned close to the newborn and whispered, "To this child, I grant a gift. Her love will transform those she chooses. Whomever she gives her heart to shall reflect the beauty she sees within them." The words echoed like a spell cast upon the wind. The queen held her daughter close, unaware of the deeper meaning behind the blessing. To the court, it seemed like a wonderful gift, a power that could shape the world with love. But hidden beneath those words lay a secret. Evelyn's intelligence would remain untouched. She would see the world in its brilliance, but never fully grasp its complexity. Rowan grew up under the watchful eyes of his parents. Though his father had wished for a warrior, it soon became clear that the boy's strength lay in his mind. At the age of 5, he could solve puzzles that baffled the wisest scholars of the court. By 10, He could predict the outcome of political disputes before they even began. Yet, despite his brilliance, he remained an outsider. The other noble children viewed him with suspicion. His odd appearance and sharp intellect made them uncomfortable. "He is strange," they would whisper, "too clever for his own good." Meanwhile, in Alaris, Evelyn's childhood was vastly different. She was adored, worshipped like a living star. Wherever she went, admirers followed. Lords and princes sought her attention, dazzled by her beauty. But beneath the surface, something was missing. Conversations felt empty. She struggled to understand the complexities of the world. When people laughed, she often didn't know why. Her mother, Queen Selene, hid her concern behind warm smiles, but deep down, she worried. Would Evelyn ever be able to rule? Could she truly understand the weight of a kingdom? Fate, however, had already begun weaving their paths together. The sun hung low in the sky, casting golden streaks over the lush gardens of Alaris. The air was warm, filled with the scent of blooming jasmine and the distant laughter of courtiers enjoying the royal festivities. Evelyn wandered through the garden, feeling both admired and distant. Lords and nobles surrounded her, each vying for her attention with flowery words and exaggerated compliments. "Your beauty rivals that of the stars, Princess Evelyn. Surely the goddess of love herself envies you. You are the most radiant jewel of Ilaris." She smiled at their words, as she always did, but inside she felt a hollow emptiness. These words, these endless, meaningless praises, what did they truly mean? She turned her head, letting her gaze wander beyond the carefully manicured hedges and the dancing nobles. In the distance, just beyond the grand fountain, she spotted someone unlike the rest. A young man, dressed in Velmorian royal garments, stood apart from the crowd. He wasn't adorned in excessive jewelry or wrapped in silk robes like the others. His dark blue attire was simple, yet refined. His posture straight, but relaxed. His hair was an unruly mess of chestnut waves, and his sharp green eyes studied everything around him with quiet amusement. He wasn't watching her, unlike the rest of the gathering. Instead, he was watching them. For the first time in her life, Evelyn felt curiosity stir inside her. Rowan had been invited to the royal ball in Alaris as part of a diplomatic gathering, though he had no interest in courtly dances or flowery conversations. He had accepted the invitation for one reason: to observe. Velmoria and Alaris had been allies for generations, but Rowan had always been fascinated by how different their courts were. The people here were enthralled by beauty, by appearances. It was a kingdom where charm outweighed wisdom, and standing at the center of it all was her. Princess Evelyn was breathtaking. That much was undeniable, but Rowan had learned long ago that beauty alone was not enough to impress him. He studied her, watching the way she listened, the way she responded to those around her. There was something in her expression, something that didn't quite match the radiant image she projected. Was it doubt? Then, quite suddenly, their eyes met. For a brief moment, neither of them looked away. Rowan expected her to do what all others had done before, to glance at him, judge his appearance, and move on. Instead, she smiled, not the rehearsed, polished smile of a princess greeting a noble, but a real, genuine smile, curious. Then, to his surprise, she walked toward him. The nobles watched in stunned silence as Princess Evelyn approached the strange young man from Velmoria. A few of them whispered to one another, their eyes filled with curiosity and mild disapproval. Who is he? Why would she leave Lord Alistair's side for him? He looks odd, and that hair, how peculiar. But Evelyn didn't hear them, or if she did, she didn't care. You are from Velmoria, she said, as she reached him. Rowan arched an eyebrow. And you are from Alaris. She let out a soft laugh. Yes, but you already knew that, and you already knew my answer. Evelyn tilted her head slightly, studying him. There was something different about the way he spoke. He wasn't trying to impress her. He wasn't afraid to challenge her words. May I ask your name? Rowan. He did not bow. Not out of disrespect, but because he could see that she did not expect it from him. She smiled again, that same genuine smile that had caught his attention before. And what brings you to Alaris, Rowan? He studied her for a moment, then replied with quiet honesty. Curiosity. Her eyes brightened at the word. You do not seem like the kind of man who enjoys grand feasts and flattery, she observed. Neither do you, Rowan said simply. The words hit her like a realization she hadn't fully acknowledged before. She blinked, her lips parting slightly, as if he had unraveled a truth she had been too afraid to say aloud. A breeze carried the scent of fresh roses between them as the world around them seemed to quiet. For the first time in her life, Evelyn felt something she had never felt before, a connection that had nothing to do with beauty. As the evening went on, Rowan and Evelyn continued their conversation, discussing everything from books to politics, from philosophy to the stars. For the first time, Evelyn felt truly heard, and for the first time, Rowan saw someone look at him not as an oddity, but as an equal. Then, as the night drew to a close, Rowan did something unexpected. Evelyn, he said, voice steady, I have an offer for you. She looked at him, intrigued. An offer? Rowan nodded. I can give you something no one else in this kingdom can. Her heart pounded slightly. And what is that? He hesitated, then spoke carefully. Wisdom. Evelyn's breath caught. Wisdom, she echoed. Yes, I was given a gift at birth, the gift of unparalleled intelligence, and I can share it with you, but only if you agree to one thing. Her pulse quickened. And what must I agree to? Rowan's green eyes held a quiet certainty as he spoke the words that would change everything. 1 year from now, you must decide. Will you marry me? Evelyn's heart pounded as Rowan's words lingered in the air. 1 year from now, you must decide. Will you marry me? She had expected many things from this evening. Flattery, admiration, yet another suitor trying to win her heart with poetic words. But this was different. Rowan wasn't just offering her companionship. He was offering her something more, something no one else had ever offered. Knowledge, understanding, a mind that could grasp the complexities of the world. Evelyn's fingers trembled slightly as she met his gaze. Why? She asked softly. Rowan tilted his head slightly, considering his answer. Because I see something in you, he said finally. You're not like the others here. You're searching for something more, and I can give it to you. The words struck her deeper than she expected. He understood. For the first time in her life, someone understood that beneath the admiration, beneath the beauty, beneath the endless compliments, she longed for more. She took a slow, steady breath. And if I accept this gift, what happens then? Rowan smiled faintly. Then, my lady, you will know what it means to truly think. A moment of silence stretched between them before Evelyn did something she had never done before. She made a decision for herself. I accept. That night, Evelyn barely slept. She lay awake in her chambers, staring at the ceiling as her mind raced. She had always known there was more to life than what she had experienced, but until now, she had never truly felt the weight of what she was missing. Now, that was about to change. The next morning, Rowan met her in the royal gardens. The world seemed sharper, clearer, as if the air itself held a new kind of energy. Are you ready? Rowan asked. Evelyn swallowed. Yes. He placed a hand gently over hers. The touch was warm, steady, and then a rush of something unfamiliar, exhilarating, terrifying, flooded through her mind. Thoughts, ideas, concepts she had never fully grasped before clicked into place like pieces of a puzzle. She gasped, staggering slightly, as her world shifted. The laughter of the nobles at last night's ball suddenly seemed empty, artificial. The words of courtiers, once flowery and meaningless, now revealed layers of hidden intention. For the first time, she saw beyond the surface. She had never realized how shallow everything had been, how blind she had been. Her breath came in sharp gasps as the weight of it all overwhelmed her. Rowan steadied her with a firm grip. Breathe, Evelyn. She closed her eyes, willing herself to remain calm, and when she opened them again, the world was different. She was different. The days that followed were unlike any Evelyn had ever known. For the first time, she truly understood. Conversations that once felt confusing now became crystal clear. She could see the hidden meaning behind every word, the political games playing out beneath the surface. At court, her transformation did not go unnoticed. The princess speaks differently. She has changed. But how? There is something sharper about her. Even her mother, Queen Celine, regarded her with newfound curiosity. My dear, the queen said one evening, you have been different lately. Tell me, what has changed? Evelyn hesitated, then answered carefully, I have begun to see things as they truly are. The queen studied her, a flicker of unease crossing her face. And do you find the world to your liking? Evelyn thought about it. The world was not as simple as she had once believed. It was filled with ambition, deception, and hidden agendas. But it was also fascinating. I find it enlightening, she said finally. Her mother did not seem reassured. With knowledge came power, and with power came loneliness. Evelyn had thought that gaining wisdom would bring her closer to those around her, but instead, it set her apart. Her former suitors no longer knew how to approach her. The men who once courted her with empty flattery now hesitated, uncertain of how to impress a princess who saw through their masks. She was no longer the same girl they had once pursued. Even her friends struggled to keep up with her newfound sharpness. And then the whispers began. The princess has changed too much. She is no longer charming, no longer simple. Perhaps her beauty was enough before, but now she thinks too much. For the first time in her life, Evelyn was feared, and yet she did not regret it. She had been given a gift unlike any other, and now she had one final decision to make. 1 year had passed, and Rowan was waiting for her answer. The grand halls of Alaris were illuminated by golden candlelight, casting long shadows against the marble walls. The evening air was thick with anticipation, as nobles whispered amongst themselves, their curiosity growing. A year had passed since Rowan of Velmoria had last stepped foot in this court, and now he was back. Evelyn stood at the top of the grand staircase, heart pounding as she caught sight of him. He was no longer just the quiet observer she had met a year ago. His presence now commanded attention, not through beauty or charm, but through the sheer weight of his presence. The whispers grew louder. He has returned for the princess. But will she accept him? She is different now. Would she truly marry him? Evelyn took a slow, deep breath. She had spent the past year preparing for this moment, and yet, now that it had arrived, she found herself uncertain. Rowan looked up, his sharp green eyes locking onto hers, and in that instant, she knew he was the only one who saw her for who she truly was. The court had gathered in the great hall, waiting for the moment when Evelyn would make her choice. Rowan stood before her, composed, unwavering. "Evelyn," he said, his voice steady, "a year ago, I made you an offer. Now, I ask, what is your answer?" A hush fell over the room. Evelyn's chest tightened. She looked at Rowan, the man who had changed her life, who had given her the greatest gift she had ever received. She had always assumed that the moment of decision would be clear, but instead, doubt flickered inside her. Was this love? Or was it gratitude? Was he the man she wished to stand beside for the rest of her life? Or was he simply the one who had led her to discover herself? She felt the weight of every noble's gaze upon her, waiting, expecting, and then she did something no one anticipated. She stepped forward and spoke, not to Rowan, but to the entire court. "Before I answer," she said, "I must ask you all something." Murmurs rippled through the crowd. She turned to the gathered nobles. "What makes a person worthy of love? Is it beauty, power, intelligence?" She let her gaze sweep over them, her voice unwavering. "I have been admired my entire life for my beauty, but never once, until now, was I valued for my mind." The room fell silent. She looked back at Rowan. "You saw me as I was, Rowan. Not as a princess, not as an ornament for the court. You gave me the ability to see, to think, to be more than what I was born into." Her throat tightened as she took a breath. "And because of that, I must give you an honest answer." Rowan's expression remained unreadable, but she saw the tension in his jaw. She stepped closer. "I do not yet know if I love you, but I know that I respect you, and I know that I wish to walk this path beside you to discover what this feeling truly is." A stunned silence followed. Then, Rowan's lips curved into the smallest of smiles. "That," he said quietly, "is the wisest answer I have ever heard." And with that, the court erupted into whispers once more, not of scandal or disapproval, but of respect. Evelyn had not simply agreed to marry a man out of obligation. She had chosen herself, and in doing so, she had changed the very definition of what it meant to be a queen. The days that followed were filled with hushed conversations and shifting expectations. The nobles had expected a fairy tale ending, a grand declaration of love, a wedding sealed by destiny. Instead, what they received was something far more powerful, a partnership. Evelyn and Rowan walked the palace grounds that evening, the tension of the court behind them. "You surprised them," Rowan said, amusement in his voice. Evelyn smirked. "I surprised myself." He nodded. "So, what happens now?" She glanced at him, her heart no longer pounding with fear, but with excitement. Now, we build something real. And so, under the soft glow of the moon, a new kind of story began. Not one of fated love, but of two minds, two souls, learning and growing together. And perhaps, just perhaps, one day, love would follow. But for now, they walked forward, side by side, and that was enough. Years passed. Evelyn and Rowan became more than rulers. They became partners, their wisdom shaping the course of history. Their love did not bloom in a single night, nor was it written in prophecy. It was built, step by step, decision by decision, trust by trust. Evelyn redefined what it meant to be a queen. She was no longer just the beauty of Alaris. She was its mind, its strength, its future. Rowan stood beside her, not as a shadow, but as an equal, and together they changed the world. Story, Pyramus and Thisbe, a love beyond the wall. In the shadow of Babylon's towering ziggurats, where dust swirled through sun-scorched streets, two houses stood side by side, close enough to share a wall, yet worlds apart. The city hummed with life, merchants haggling, priests chanting, the Tigris River glinting under a relentless sky. But within those walls, a quieter story brewed. Pyramus lived in one, a boy with dark curls and a laugh like a bell, his hands quick with a carving knife. Next door was Thisbe, her eyes bright as polished amber, her voice soft as the wind through date palms. Their families despised each other, an old feud, its roots lost to time, tangled in pride and petty slights. A spilled jug of wine, a stolen goat, a harsh word at market. Whatever sparked it, the grudge held fast. Doors stayed bolted, windows shuttered, voices hushed if the other's name was spoken. Stay away from them, Pyramus's father growled, his beard streaked with gray. Their trouble cursed everyone. Thisbe's mother nodded the same, her lips tight. No good comes from that house. But children heat hearts over hate. One day, when they were small, barely taller than the clay jars lining their courtyards, Pyramus tossed a reed ball over the wall. It landed at Thisbe's feet, and she peeked through a crack, giggling. Yours, she called, holding it up. He grinned, pressing his face to the gap. Mine. Want to play? She nodded, and so it began. Whispers through the wall, games of toss and tag, with only a sliver of space between. Years spun by, and friendship deepened. They'd sit for hours, backs to the stone, trading tales, Pyramus of the river's fish, Thisbe of the stars she traced at night. See that one? She'd say, pointing skyward, her voice threading through the crack. It's the brightest. Like you. He'd blush, unseen, and murmur, You're brighter. The wall held them apart, but their bond grew, a vine curling through stone, fragile, yet fierce. By their 16th summer, Babylon's heat mirrored the fire in their chests. Pyramus carved wooden birds now, his fingers deft, imagining them for Thisbe. Her smile when she'd hold them. She wove threads into patterns, dreaming of his hands brushing hers. The wall still stood, thicker with their family's scorn, but their whispers turned tender, weighted with something new. One afternoon, they met at the riverbank, a rare chance when chores aligned. She knelt, washing linens, her hair spilling loose. He hauled water, tunic damp with sweat. Slow down, she teased, splashing him. Too weak to catch me? He lunged, laughing, pinning her wrists playfully. Caught you, she squirmed, breathless, their faces close, too close. Her pulse raced. His eyes softened. Thisbe, he started, voice low, but footsteps crunched nearby. They sprang apart, hearts pounding. I should go, she stammered, grabbing her basket. Me too, he said, awkward. Can I walk you a bit? She hesitated, glancing around. They'd see us. He nodded, deflated. You're right. Tomorrow? By the river? Yes, she whispered, fleeing, her shadow darting through reeds. Alone? Pyramus kicked the dirt. Idiot, he muttered. She was there. Warm. Real. And I just said, goodbye. I should have told her. I love her. Across the city, Thisbe pressed a hand to her chest, pacing her room. He held me, she breathed, and I froze. Goodbye. That's all I gave him? Oh, Pyramus. I'd run to you if I could. Both vowed, silent but sure. Tomorrow? I'll say it. Next day, Thisbe waited by the river, rehearsing. Pyramus, I've something to tell you. No, too stiff. Pyramus, I've loved you forever. She paced, nervous, as the sun climbed. He'd come. She knew it. Days later, fate cracked the wall. Literally. A storm had loosened a brick, leaving a fist-sized hole. Pyramus found it first, peering through, and called, Thisbe? She rushed over, eyes wide. Here. On the tree? He laughed, soft. No, the wall. Look. She pressed close, their fingertips brushing through the gap. Electric. I missed you, he said, voice raw. After the river, I couldn't stop thinking. She nodded, trembling. Me too. Pyramus. I love you, he blurted, cutting her off. She gasped, then laughed, tears welling. I love you. Oh, I've wanted to say it so long. They pressed palms to the stone, as close as they could get, words tumbling free. My parents locked me in, she said. They think I'll forget you. He scowled. Mine too. They'd rather die than see us together. Her voice hardened. Then let's run. Marry. Make it real. They'd have to accept us. He blinked, then grinned. You mean it? Yes, she said, fierce. If we're husband and wife, we're family. They can't fight that. Tomorrow night, he whispered, urgent. When they sleep, meet me here. We'll go. She squeezed his fingers through the hole. I'll be there. 1,000 years couldn't keep me away. And I'd wait 1,000 more, he vowed. Footsteps echoed. Her father's voice, and she pulled back. Goodbye, my love. Goodbye, my wife, he replied, heart soaring. The next day dawned golden over Babylon, the city waking to its usual clamor, cartwheels creaking, goats bleating, the river's steady hum. But for Pyramus, every sound pulsed with promise. He moved through chores, hauling wood, feeding chickens, with a spring in his step, a secret smile tugging his lips. Tonight, he thought, carving a final bird, its wings spread wide. Tonight, she's mine, forever. Thisbe, too, carried the day differently. She swept the courtyard, her broom tracing patterns in the dust, her mind far beyond the walls. Husband, she whispered to herself, testing the word, her cheeks warming. She glanced at the loom, abandoned mid-thread, and pictured a life woven with him, simple, free, theirs. Her mother's voice snapped her back, Thisbe, hurry up! And she nodded, masking her glow. Night fell slow, stars pricking the sky, one by one. Pyramus waited, ears straining as his father's snores rumbled through the house. He slipped out, tunic dark against the moon, scaling the wall with practiced ease. The courtyard was still, the hole in the wall a beacon. Thisbe, he whispered, peering through. No answer. She hadn't come yet. He paced, restless, then decided, I'll wait by the river. Our tree. Thisbe lingered, her room dim, her father's coughs fading to silence. She grabbed a cloak, his, borrowed once, still faintly scented with him, and crept out, heart hammering. The wall loomed. She climbed, her breath catching as she dropped to the other side. Paramus, she called, soft, but he was gone. She smiled, knowing. The mulberry tree. He's there. They'd chosen it weeks ago. A gnarled giant by the Tigris, its branches heavy with dark fruit. A hidden nook where reeds shielded them. Meet me there, he'd said through the wall. When we're ready. She nodded to herself, clutching the cloak. I'm ready. At the tree, Pyramus leaned against its trunk, the river's murmur soothing his nerves. She's late, he muttered, scanning the dark. But she'll come. She promised. He fingered the bird in his pocket, a gift for her, its wood smooth from his touch. Our new start, he whispered, waiting. Thisbe hurried through Babylon's outskirts, her sandals slapping stone, then dirt, the city's glow fading behind. The river gleamed ahead, the mulberry tree's silhouette stark against it. Pyramus, she breathed, nearing, her cloak billowing. Hurry! I'm here. A rustle stopped her, low, guttural. She froze, eyes darting, as a lioness emerged from the shadows, massive, her jaws dripping red from a fresh killed hare. Yellow eyes locked on Thisbe, a growl rumbling deep. She gasped, stumbling back, the cloak slipping from her shoulders to the ground. The beast lunged, not at her, but near, and she ran, terror driving her through brambles, her breath ragged. She found a cave, its mouth narrow, and ducked inside, wedging between rocks. Pyramus, she whimpered, trembling. Where are you? The lioness lingered outside, sniffing the cloak, pawing it with bloodied claws, then wandered off, sated, her interest gone. Thisbe stayed, curled tight, waiting for silence. Pyramus arrived minutes later, his heart sinking at the empty clearing. Thisbe, he called, voice hushed, stepping toward the tree. Moonlight caught something, her cloak, torn, stained dark with blood from the hair. He knelt, lifting it, the fabric warm, its edges shredded. No, he whispered, dread clawing his throat. Tracks led away, claws deep in the dirt. His mind raced, painting horror, the lioness, her flight, her end. Thisbe, he shouted, voice breaking, clutching the cloak. I was late. I failed you. Tears blurred his vision, the bird falling from his pocket, forgotten. My fault. She's gone because of me. He sank to his knees, the river's song now a dirge. I can't live without her. Not one day, not one breath. Pyramus stared at the cloak, its warmth mocking him, his hands shaking as he pressed it to his face. You tried, he choked, imagining her, running, calling him, alone. You fought to reach me, and I wasn't here. The lioness's tracks circled the tree, a cruel map of his failure. My love, he whispered, my Thisbe, why didn't I run faster? He drew his sword, its blade glinting cold under the moon. I should have been first, he said, voice steadying with resolve. If I'd faced it, if I'd died instead. He shook his head, tears falling. No life without you, none worth living. He gripped the hilt, raising it high. I'm coming, Thisbe. Wait for me. The blade plunged, swift and deep, piercing his chest. He gasped, blood blooming red, soaking his tunic, pooling at the tree's roots. Thisbe, he rasped, collapsing, the cloak still in his arms, his eyes dimming as the river flowed on, indifferent. Thisbe emerged from the cave, the night now still, the lioness gone. She traced her path back, her steps quickening with hope. Pyramus, she called, nearing the tree. I'm here, safe. The clearing opened, and she stopped, breath catching. He lay there, still, too still, blood staining the earth. The cloak clutched tight. Pyramus, she whispered, running to him, dropping beside him. No, no! She touched his face, cold, his eyes closed. What happened? Her fingers found the sword, the wound, and understanding that crashed over her. The cloak, the lion. He thought. She sobbed, cradling him, his blood smearing her hands. I'm alive, Pyramus. I'm here. Wake up, please. He didn't stir, and her wails rose, raw and wild. You thought I was gone, so you left me? She rocked him, tears soaking his chest. I can't stay without you. Not now, not ever. Thisbe knelt beside Pyramus, her hands trembling as she brushed his cold cheek, his blood staining her fingers like a cruel paint. You thought I was lost, she whispered, her voice fracturing. So you followed me, into the dark. She pressed her forehead to his, tears falling onto his still face, mingling with the red seeping from his wound. But I'm here, Pyramus, alive, for you. Why won't you wake? The night pressed close, the mulberry tree's branches swaying overhead, its dark fruit glinting faintly in the moonlight. She clutched his tunic, shaking him gently, as if he might stir. Come back, she pleaded, her sobs rising, echoing through the reeds. Don't leave me alone. I begged you to stay. But his silence answered, heavy and final, a void she couldn't bridge. Her eyes fell to the sword, its blade slick with his life, resting where he'd dropped it. She lifted it, the weight unfamiliar, its edge catching the stars. You couldn't live without me, she murmured, resolve hardening through her grief. And I can't without you. Not 1 hour, not one breath. She traced his jaw one last time, memorizing him, his curls, his quiet strength, then whispered, wait for me, my love. I'm coming. She turned the sword, steadying it against her chest, her hands firm despite their trembling. Pyramus, she breathed, a vow, and drove it deep. A sharp gasp escaped her, pain flaring bright, then fading as blood welled, warm and fast. She collapsed beside him, reaching, her fingers finding his, their hands entwining as she fell. Together, she sighed, her last word, her body curling into his, their blood pooling as one. The river flowed on, its waters lapping the shore, indifferent to the lovers beneath the tree. Above, the mulberry's roots drank deep, the earth soaking red, a silent witness to their end. The fruit, once black and bitter, began to shift, slowly, subtly, its hue turning crimson, its taste sweetening, fed by the nectar of their sacrifice. Dawn crept over Babylon, pale and cold, the city stirring as light touched the riverbank. A shepherd passed the mulberry tree, his flock bleating, and froze. 2 figures lay there, entwined, blood staining the ground, the sword glinting between them. Gods above, he muttered, running back to the city, his shouts rousing the streets. Thisbe's father arrived first, his robe flapping as he stumbled to the scene. Thisbe? He called, then saw her, pale, still, her hand in Pyramus's. No, no, he cried, dropping to his knees, his voice a wail that drew Pyramus's mother next. She staggered forward, seeing her son, and collapsed beside him. clutching his face. My boy, my Pyramus, what have you done? The fathers met eyes over the bodies, rage melting to anguish. You kept them apart? Pyramus's father rasped, tears streaking his beard. And you locked her away. Thisbe's father shot back, voice breaking. We did this, her mother whispered, sinking down, her hands hovering over her daughter. Our hate, our stubborn pride. They wept together. The wall between their houses now a bitter jest. We should have let them be, Pyramus's mother sobbed. They loved, truly, and we tore them down. Thisbe's father nodded, hollow. Too late to see it. They buried them there, beneath the mulberry, side by side, the tree's red fruit a testament to their union. Word spread through Babylon, whispers in markets, songs by the river. The mulberry stood as a marker, its crimson berries a story told anew, love defying walls, enduring beyond death. Parents softened, lovers pointed to it, saying, like Pyramus and Thisbe, we'll fight for this. Story, Victoria and Albert. A love woven in time. The winter of 1836 had been a beast, relentless, clawing at England with icy fingers that lingered far past their welcome. Snow piled high against cottage doors. Winds howled through London's narrow streets, and the people huddled by their hearths, dreaming of warmth. But now, as March softened into April, the first green buds dared to peek through the frost, and a quiet hope stirred. Spring was coming, and with it, a celebration to shake off the cold. Princess Victoria's 17th birthday. Kensington Palace buzzed with hushed excitement. Maids polished silver until it gleamed. Cooks stacked cakes like small towers, and the royal family sent invitations fluttering across Europe. Parchment promises of a grand affair. Replies poured back, each one a marvel, but none shone brighter than the one from Germany. The Duke of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha wrote of his son, Prince Albert, and his daughter, Princess Anna, who'd journey to honor Victoria. Whispers rippled through the court. Albert's coming to court her, a match in the making. On a misty morning, a carriage rattled toward Kensington, its wheels crunching gravel. Inside, Albert sat tall, his dark coat buttoned tight, his blue eyes fixed on the horizon. Beside him, Anna fidgeted, her curls bouncing as she leaned close. We're almost at the gates, she said, voice bright. Remember the plan, Albert. You're here to woo her, and I'm your wingman. Or wing sister, I guess. He sighed, a faint smile tugging his lips. We've been over this 100 times. Practice makes perfect, she teased. If you say something funny, I'll laugh loud. Boost your charm. If you recite poetry, I'll giggle softly. Set the mood. And when you ask her to dance, she nodded firmly. I'll nod back. She'll see we're a team. Albert raised a brow. And if she doesn't like me? Anna scoffed, tossing her head. You're handsome, rich, a prince. How could she not? She's practically waiting for you. The carriage slowed, and Albert straightened, smoothing his cuffs. The gates loomed, iron and regal, and beyond them, Victoria stood on the palace steps, her small frame wrapped in pale blue silk, her brown hair pinned with pearls. She was young, yes, but her eyes held a spark, sharp and steady, like she already carried a crown. Albert stepped out, bowing deep. Princess Victoria, he said, voice smooth as velvet. I'm Prince Albert of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. I bring birthday wishes from Germany, and my greetings to you. She curtsied, a smile flickering. Welcome, Prince Albert, To Kensington and my celebration. I trust your journey was smooth? He nodded, easy, very smooth, save for a brief chase with a bear. Anna snorted, loud and unscripted, and Victoria's laugh bubbled up, clear, unguarded. No need to decorate our floors with bear rugs, I hope, she quipped. Albert grinned, caught off guard. Not today, princess. Anna stepped forward, curtsying. This is my sister Anna, Albert said. She's enthusiastic. Victoria's gaze softened. No apologies needed. I'm delighted you're both here. Come, join the party. The trio swept inside, music swelling, and the air crackled with something new. Possibility, fragile and bright. The birthday feast unfolded like a dream. Tables groaning with roast pheasant and sugared fruits. Chandeliers casting gold across the ballroom. Guests twirling in silks and satins. Victoria danced once with Albert, her hand light in his, their steps careful, but sure. Anna nodded from the sidelines, beaming, and for a moment, the room felt smaller, just the two of them, orbiting each other. But dawn brought a jolt, a messenger from Germany, urgent, summoning Albert home. He found Victoria in the garden at sunrise, dew clinging to her hem. Forgive me, he said, bowing low, a letter in his hand. Duty calls me back. Urgent matters. I couldn't leave without this. She took it, fingers brushing his, and read as he stood. Breath held. Dear Victoria, I regret leaving without a proper goodbye at your tender age. But necessity pulls me to Germany. Might I have the honor of writing you weekly? I long to know you more. Heaven blessed me by crossing our paths. Happy birthday, truly. Yours, Albert. P.S. Anna says hello. She looked up, eyes warm. Tell him I'd be delighted, she told a footman. And Albert's smile lingered as he boarded his carriage, Anna waving wildly beside him. Weeks stretched into months, and the letters began. Every Monday, like clockwork, Albert's words danced across the pages, witty and warm. The German forests are dull without your laugh. Yesterday, I tripped over a root and blamed you for distracting me. Victoria replied, her quill swift. I hope the root forgave me. I'd hate to ruin your boots. They traded stories, her of palace pranks, him of snowy hikes, each note a thread, stitching them closer despite the miles. She'd read his letters by her window, smiling at his sketches of birds or rambling tales of Anna's antics, and her replies grew bolder, her voice peeking through. You'd love the English roses. They're stubborn. Like me, he wrote back. Stubborn's a virtue in a rose, or a princess. The court noticed her brighter eyes, her habit of mentioning Germany. Such a sensible place, don't you think? And the bond deepened, slow and steady, a quiet fire kindling across borders. Then came June 1837, a day heavy with shadow and light. King William IV, Victoria's uncle, slipped away in his sleep, and the crown fell to her. 18, untested, the youngest queen England had ever crowned. The palace hushed as she stood in Westminster Abbey a year later, the weight of gold on her brow, her voice firm. I will serve. Cheers erupted, but her heart trembled, alone now, in a way she'd never been. Albert's letters became her lifeline. She wrote of her fears. The throne's a cold seat, Albert. Every eye on me, waiting for a stumble. He replied, steady. You're stronger than they know. Picture me there, nodding. You've got this. She clung to his words, his calm threading through her chaos, and leaned on him more. What would you do with these lords arguing taxes? He'd muse back. practical, yet kind. Listen first, then decide. They'll respect you for it. But 1 week, his letter didn't come. Then another. Victoria paced her study, the silence gnawing. Anything from Germany? She asked her maid, Ellen, voice tight. No, Your Majesty, Ellen murmured, and Victoria frowned. He's never late. Something's wrong. She grabbed a pen, ink smudging her fingers. To the Duke of Saxe-Coburg. Where's your son? I need news. Now. Lord Melbourne, her Prime Minister, hovered nearby. Perhaps not so hasty, ma'am. She cut him off, sharp. I'm not asking. I'm ordering. Send it. The reply came slow. A duke's apology, Albert's delay due to family matters, and relief washed her like rain. She clutched the note, whispering, he's safe, and vowed to see him again. Soon. Somehow. By October 1839, Victoria's reign had settled into a rhythm. Endless meetings, parchment stacks, the constant hum of a nation watching. But her heart tugged elsewhere, across the sea to Albert. His letters had resumed after that anxious gap, each one a balm. But paper wasn't enough anymore. She needed his voice, his steady gaze. So she sent an invitation, formal, royal, but laced with hope. Come to Windsor. I seek your counsel. Albert arrived on a crisp afternoon, the castle's towers piercing a sky streaked with gold. Victoria waited in the drawing room, her black gown rustling, hands twisting a lace handkerchief. The door swung open, and there he was, taller somehow, his face sharpened by 2 years, but those blue eyes still warm, still hers. Your Majesty, he said, bowing, a smile breaking through. She stepped forward, forgetting protocol. Albert, I've missed you. He straightened, softening. And I you. The room emptied, courtiers slipping out, sensing the air shift, and they stood, inches apart, the weight of months melting away. We're all thrilled to see you, she said, then laughed, soft. Well, I am. He chuckled, a sound she'd dreamed of. I heard you've conquered England. Your people adore you. She shrugged, shy. Some days. Others. I'm just me. They walked the gardens, leaves crunching underfoot, catching up. Her tales of stubborn lords, his of German winters. Anna wasn't with him this time, but her spirit lingered in his teasing. She'd have laughed at your bear story again. Victoria grinned. I'd have let her. The day stretched. Dinner came. Roast beef, candlelight, easy silences. And by night, she knew. This wasn't just counsel. This was everything. Next morning, in her private study, she called him in. The fire crackled, casting shadows, and she took a breath, voice low. Albert, I've got a question. He tilted his head, curious. Anything. She met his eyes, steady despite her racing pulse. What would you say if I asked you to marry me? His brows shot up, a beat of silence stretching long. Marry you? He echoed, soft, then smiled, slow and bright. You mean, yes, she said, firm. I know it's odd, a queen proposing, but I don't care. I want you with me, always. He stepped closer, voice dropping. You're asking if I'd say yes? She nodded, breath held. Would you? He laughed, gentle. Can I think over tea? She waved at the tray, grinning. Go ahead. He sipped, eyes never leaving hers, then set the cup down. Yes, Victoria. I'd shout it if I could. She laughed, tears pricking, and they clasped hands, hers small, his strong, a vow unspoken but sealed. February 10th, 1840 dawned cold but clear, London alive with anticipation. Victoria woke early, her white satin gown laid out, simple, her choice, adorned with orange blossoms. She'd refused the usual royal red, wanting this day hers, not the crown's. At Buckingham Palace, she paced, nerves fluttering, until the carriage rolled up for St. James's Chapel. Albert waited there, dashing in his field marshal's uniform, gold epaulets glinting. The crowd outside roared as she stepped down, thousands lining the streets, waving flags, shouting blessings. God save the Queen and her prince. Inside, the chapel glowed. Candles, flowers, the hum of nobles, and Victoria walked the aisle, her eyes on him alone. He smiled, a anchor in the storm, and they stood, hands joined, as the Archbishop intoned, "Do you take this man?" "I do," she said, clear, and Albert's "I do" followed, steady. Rings slipped on, a kiss, soft, brief, electric, and the bells rang out, echoing over the city. The people cheered louder, a wave of joy, and as they rode back to the palace, Victoria leaned close. "We did it," she whispered. He squeezed her hand. "We're just starting." That night, the banquet sprawled, tables laden with pheasant, cakes, wine flowing like rivers. They danced, her head on his shoulder, and the world faded. Lords, ladies, duties, until it was just them, spinning slow. Later, in their chambers, she sighed, "I'm happy, Albert. Really happy." He brushed her cheek. "Me too. We'll figure this out. Queen and consort, together." Days turned to weeks, and they settled, her signing decrees, him poring over maps, stealing moments by the fire. Duty loomed, but love held, a quiet strength growing roots. November 1840 brought a new sound to Buckingham Palace, a baby's cry. Victoria Alexandra, their first, arrived, tiny and fierce, and Victoria marveled, exhausted but beaming. "She's ours," she said, cradling her, Albert's arm around them both. He kissed her forehead, awed. "She's perfect." Parenthood came natural, him rocking the cradle, her humming lullabies, and soon more followed. Albert Edward in 41, Alice in 43. A steady stream until 9 filled the halls. The palace echoed with chaos, children racing, governesses scolding, Victoria laughing as Albert chased little Bertie, who'd tugged his beard. "Blue or green?" she'd ask, holding fabric swatches for a dress. And he'd grin, "Blue. Matches your eyes." They balanced it, her with state papers, him sketching plans for public works, stealing glances over tea. "How'd I manage without you?" she'd muse, and he'd reply, soft, "You wouldn't have to." But the crown pressed harder. She'd snap sometimes, "These lords exhaust me." And he'd soothe, practical, break it down, piece by piece. Their love flexed, bending but never breaking, a thread through the noise. At night, they'd sit, kids asleep, and he'd say, "You're incredible, Victoria. Queen, mother, mine." She'd lean into him, whispering, "And you're my rock." Years rolled on, and the palace walls seemed to close in, duty piling like storm clouds over Victoria and Albert's once light days. By the 1850s, their brood of 9 filled the halls with laughter and chaos. But the weight of the crown grew heavier. Victoria's desk groaned under treaties, petitions, letters from a sprawling empire, India, Canada, Australia, all demanding her eye. Albert, ever her partner, took on more, designing exhibitions, advising on reforms, his meticulous hand steadying her reign. But the balance frayed. One rainy afternoon in 1857, she sat in her study, ink-stained and weary, as Albert hovered over a map of the Crystal Palace. These lords won't budge on the tax bill, she muttered, rubbing her temples. He glanced up, voice calm, but firm. Break it into parts. Push the small wins first. She snapped, sharp. I know that. I'm not a child, Albert. He stiffened, setting the pen down. I'm not scolding Victoria. I'm helping. Helping? She shot back, standing. Or managing me. I'm the queen, not your pupil. The air thickened, rare and raw. He stepped closer, eyes steady. You're exhausted. Don't turn me into the enemy. She faltered, guilt creeping in, and sank back. I'm sorry. It's too much sometimes. He took her hand, soft. We're a team. You lean, I hold. Always. They mended it, as they always did. Love a quiet glue. But the strain lingered. Albert's days stretched long, his brow creasing more, his steps slowing. She noticed, late at night by the fire, his cough cutting through their talks. You look tired, she'd say, brushing his cheek. Rest tonight. I'll bring tea. He'd smile, faint. Just a chill. I'm fine. But the chill clung, a shadow she couldn't shake. Christmas 1861 loomed, and they planned Windsor. The kids love it there, he'd said, voice raspy. She nodded, forcing cheer. Perfect. Fresh air'll do you good. But his eyes dimmed. His breath grew shallow, and she watched, dread curling tight in her chest. December 1861 crept in, cold and gray, and Albert's decline sharpened. The doctor's verdict landed like a stone. Typhoid fever, caught from Windsor's damp drains. Victoria hovered by his bed, the room dim, air thick with camphor and fear. You'll be fine soon, she said, clutching his hand, her voice a plea. He managed a weak smile, blue eyes cloudy. You're terrible at lying, my love. She laughed, brittle, tears spilling. Don't leave me, Albert. I can't do this without you. He squeezed her fingers, faint. I'm always here, always. Their children gathered, Bertie solemn, Alice sobbing, his family a circle around him. On December 14th, his breath rattled, then stilled, and he slipped away at 42, Victoria's wail echoing through the halls. No, Albert, no. The nation mourned with her. Flags drooped at half-mast. Shops shuttered. Black crepe draped windows. Windsor's bells tolled slow. A dirge for their prince. And the Christmas of 1861 turned bleak. Silent dinners. No carols. Just grief. Victoria stood by his body, dressed in black, whispering, My heart's gone with you, and vowed to wear mourning forever. A widow at 42, she buried him at Frogmore, a mausoleum of marble and memory, and England watched, hushed, as their queen retreated into shadow, her reign and her life forever changed. The years after Albert's death blurred into a haze of black. Victoria abandoned Buckingham for Windsor, then Osborne, hiding from London's glare. She wore widow's weeds, jet beads, dark veils, her mirror reflecting a ghost of the girl who danced with him. Court faded. She skipped ceremonies, ignored Parliament's summons. She's not well, her maids told ministers. But the truth was sharper. She couldn't face a world without him. Her days turned inward. She'd sit by his old desk, tracing his handwriting, or lay his coat on her bed, a plaster cast of his hand beside her pillow. Cold, but hers. I miss you, she'd whisper, as if he'd answer. Letters to ministers bore her signature, but her spirit stayed locked in memory. His laugh, his steady nod, the life they'd built. The public grew restless. Where's our queen? They murmured, papers printing critiques. a monarch in retreat. Her advisers pressed, Lord Melbourne, then Russell. The country needs you, ma'am. She'd glare, voice ice. I'm here, ruling. That's enough. But it wasn't. England felt her absence, a void Albert once filled. Her children grew, Bertie wild, Alice gentle, and she guided them, stern but distant, her love filtered through loss. He'd know what to do. She'd sigh, and they'd nod, missing him too. The empire churned on. Her pen signed laws, built bridges, but her heart stayed buried with him, a queen half alive. The decades after Albert's death stretched long and gray. Victoria's reign a paradox. England soared, yet her heart stayed anchored in 1861. She ruled from the shadows, her black silhouette a fixture at Windsor or Osborne, her pen scratching decrees that shaped an empire. The sun never set on her domain. India crowned her empress in 1876. Railways crisscrossed Britain. The Great Exhibition's legacy gleamed, but she saw it all through a veil. Albert's absence a quiet ache. She'd linger in their old rooms, his books still open, his sketches pinned to walls. You'd love the steamships, she'd murmur, tracing his last letter. Keep steady, my love. Her children urged her out. Bertie, now Prince of Wales, brash and restless. Alice, soft but firm. Mama, the people miss you. She'd nod, slow. I'm here, just not there. Public grumbles grew, a queen in hiding. But she held firm, her grief a shield. They have my work, she'd say, signing another law, not my soul. Her body aged, eyes dimming, joints stiffening, but her mind stayed sharp, honed by years of letters and memory. She'd sit with ministers, voice low but iron, fix the Irish rents, Albert would have insisted. They'd bow, awed still, and she'd retreat, laying his coat beside her at night, a ritual unbroken. I'm tired, she'd whisper, but duty and love kept her going. Christmas at Windsor became tradition again. The kids, grandchildren, racing through snow, their laughter a faint echo of her past joy. He'd chase them too. She'd smile, frail now, leaning on a cane. Her reign stretched, 50 years, then 60, the longest yet. And in 1897, her diamond jubilee filled London with banners, crowds chanting her name. She rode out, black-clad, waving weak but regal, and thought he'd be proud. By 1900, time pressed close. Her sight faded, her breath shortened, and she retreated to Osborne, the Isle of Wight's quiet, wrapping her like a shawl. I miss you so much, she said, voice thin, clutching his hand's plaster cast. Doctors hovered, whispering, heart failure, age. But she held on, dreaming of him. On January 22nd, 1901, she slipped away at 81, surrounded by family, her last breath a sigh. Albert. Her funeral was a nation's farewell. Black horses, muffled bells, streets lined silent. They laid her at Frogmore beside him, white gown and wedding veil, his ring on her finger, their love eternal in stone. Edward VII, her son, took the throne. But the Victorian era ended with her, a golden age of might and mourning. Their love left marks, Albert's crystal palace, a testament to his vision, Victoria's reforms, her steady hand guided by his ghost. Their 9 children spread their bloodline, kings, queens, wars shaped by their heirs. At Frogmore, their tomb stands, ivy-clad, a quiet shrine where visitors whisper their names. No monarchs loved fiercer, nor mourned deeper, Victoria and Albert, a story carved in England's heart, enduring as the stone that holds them